Good morning, friends. Hey, how are you all today? Happy birthday, Nancy. How are all my friends today? Hey, Nancy. Hey, Judy. Hey, Jelly Bean. Hey, Terry. Hey, guys. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I'm so glad you're here with me today. I hope you had a good weekend. My girls came over and we played some video games and we watched Moana 2. Um, that's about it. Yesterday, I watched the Karen Reed documentary on HBO. Um, it was really good. It was interesting because it was fair. It did show both sides. It had that, what's her name? Jennifer Collender or something like that. She's a former FBI agent. She's on X, formerly Twitter, a lot. She's anti Karen Reed. It had some comments from her on there. Um, wow, Terry, you don't look like you're 68. Happy early birthday. We will celebrate your birthday next week. That's her, Coffin Daffer. It had a childhood friend of John O'Keefe's that is convinced that she did it. They weren't, it wasn't nasty like it can get on social media though. They were civil. They um they reined it in for the documentary. It had Christina Rex on it. Yeah, some of her tweets are different. um so Christina Rex was on there. I'm trying to think who else. There is a guy, he's anti Karen Reed. I don't know his name. He's a defense attorney. They have him on Court TV, I think. He's like one of the talking heads that come on Court TV. Um, he was kind of snarky. He was his usual self. He's not as bad as that Jennifer girl, though. Um, but my favorite part was watching, because they did a lot of behind the scenes in the war room. So my favorite part was watching, like, they actually, the day that Jennifer McCabe testified, they went back they went back to the war room and actually watched her testimony, watched her direct. And I was telling Travis, they do go back and watch us. I wonder what channel on YouTube they watch. Do they go around and watch commentary from lawyers, or do they just watch the straight lawn crime feed, or do they, look at the comments from viewers? Like, what do they do? But yeah, they go back and they watch it again and pick it apart. So they don't just take notes while they're on the stand. Like, they go back when they leave the courtroom and they watch it again and they pick it apart. And I was like, that's so cool. That's, you know. And then I remembered back during the Depp Heard trial, and this is why Law and Lumber, Rob, how his channel grew so fast, was because his very first video was about when Amber Heard said that Johnny broke the bed with his boot. And then Rob made that video proving that you could not break that kind of wood with a boot, that you had to use a sharp instrument. And that's how his channel grew so fast. And then I don't remember if it was the next day, but it was very soon after that video that Camille presented that in court, and then did a close up on the knife on that picture of the bed. There was a knife on the bed. And then Camille did the close up. I didn't even notice that knife on the bed, but Rob did, and Rob put it in his video. And so, my eye is watering again, y'all, and I did not spray it with deodorant this morning. So, this is a hobby for me. Some people do this as a living. Other people just do it for whatever reason. I don't know why our motivation is for doing this. But maybe we do make a difference. Who knows, and that's comforting to me, that whatever our motivations are, maybe we are making a difference. So I thought that was pretty cool to watch them go back and rewatch testimony from someone who streamed it, whether it be Court TV or Law and Crime or one of us, I thought that was pretty cool. And hearing Karen's thoughts, there was one thing that struck me as strange. And it has nothing to do with her guilt or innocence. Because I don't think that it means she purposely hit him, or it doesn't change my mind about anything. But there was something she said, and I thought, that is such a double standard, and it's so wrong. The text messages to Brian Higgins. She was flirting with Brian Higgins. And she said, well, we're not married. We were only dating. We don't have a house together. We don't have kids together. We're middle-aged. It was, we're adults. But then when she thought John was flirting, she thought John was having sex with somebody else, she sent him all those angry voicemails and called him a pervert. And then the big thing in Aruba, when she thought that he was, when she saw him hugging his friend, and she got mad at him for hugging another woman. So it's okay for her to cheat, but it's not okay for him to cheat. So that struck me as weird, but it doesn't change my mind about whether or not she hit him. But still, why have that type of attitude? That's not right. But that was the only thing and that's just a personal opinion about the texts that she had with Brian Higgins. Those are the type of people that cheat on their husband, that and that also goes along with everything I've been saying about her being insecure. This is just a theory of mine, that there are people that when they're done with one relationship, they want to find somebody else before they leave the person that they're with, because they're so insecure they don't want to be alone. They want to have someone else lined up before they leave the one before. I don't know if that's the way she was or not, but why not? If she was done with John, why not just break up and then flirt with Brian Higgins? You know what I mean? But I don't think that has any bearing on the case. I don't think she did it. I don't think she hit him. I don't know what all the flirting was about. And she did say that was right on the heels of the Aruba incident. And that's what I said. at the time during the trial. I was like, oh, I think she was trying to make John jealous, especially because she kissed him in the house in view of one of their cameras in the house. And the whole time I was thinking, oh, she did all of that so that John would find out and would get jealous. And then maybe, like, I think she wanted him to react. I think she wanted a reaction out of him, like, I love you. Why are you doing this? I want us to, like, she wanted a reaction out of him to make her feel more secure in the relationship. That was my first thought. Was it a 2-for-1 special? I don't know. A lot of people were like, ew, why would you want to be with him? He's gross. He's not hot, because she said he was hot. I thought he was a good looking man, but that's just me. I can't stand his voice, though. I don't know if it's the accent. Yeah, I think she is. I think she's a bit of a drama queen. Yeah, they all seem to be. You're right. They are. I don't know. Is that a New England thing? I don't know, because I don't live up there. No offense to anybody that does. I know Terry's from Maine and Nancy's from Massachusetts. I don't know. I get the feeling it's a different culture up there. I'm from the South, so I know we're way different down here. We're a bit of drama queens down here. So I guess I don't have any room to talk about drama queens, because I definitely know Southern people. So, um, but so that was my weekend. That video games and Karen Reed. I wasn't gonna watch it because I thought, remember all the documentaries that came out after the and that stupid movie, the dramatization. I don't even remember, was it Tubi or something? One of those free channels that did that one of um of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. All of that after the trial, all of those were crap. I think there was one that came out before the trial, one that did her side and one that did his side, and it was awful. So I wasn't even going to watch this one because I thought it's going to be horrible. But then Carla watched it and said that it was good. They even showed like the inverted video and all of that. So I thought, okay, well, what the heck? I'll go ahead and watch it. And it was really good. And then it was like, it's 5 episodes long and it's season 1. So I'm thinking there will be a season 2 after the second trial. So, um, so today, the first part of today is like, I think it's like 14 minutes long. It's outside the presence of the jury. And I'm going to try to get through I think he's a detective, Steve Renteria, which we've heard a lot about. He's got, oh, I counted them and now I forgot. Something like, his testimony's really long too. It's like 7 or 8 parts long. So I figure we'll do like 3 of his. And then there's another really short, like 20 minutes outside the presence of the jury. And that should take us, yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't even watch it. And it had clips from YouTubers, and they were not asked and they were not compensated. And from what I understand, the allegations were that they were just doing it for the money or something. They were, smeared, and I was not happy about that either. Um, so, okay, so the judge said there was no court for the battered and burned trial, said there was no court today. Um, but there's like a placeholder on, I can't remember if it's Law and Crime or Court TV, that there is supposed to be trial today. So I don't know what that's about. I hope they're wrong and the judge wasn't wrong, because I've got something planned to start at noon that I've been holding on for weeks because we haven't had time to do it. So, and it's really good. So I hope there's no trial today because I want to do that. So, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on the courtroom too, though. Sinuses. Okay, so I've not had coffee or breakfast or anything yet today. I gotta go get coffee. Oh, don't buffer. You were fine earlier. What are you doing? Stop it. I got too many windows open. I tried to have it all ready to go. And this is what I get. I get buffering. Oh, I have nothing now. I'm black.
The defendant's counsel are present. The defendant is absent pursuant to 977. Prosecution is present. What matters do you want to take up first?
Well, both sides, Your Honor, using a moment with the court, we filed a couple motions with regarding the issues surrounding Sarah Kaplan and her refusal, at least up to this point, to testify. We've submitted those to the court for the court's consideration. We also have, pursuant to the court's instructions, prepared a proposed stipulation. I've handed that off to the other side, and we will continue.
I had my phone on silence yesterday. I forgot to take it off silent on yesterday. I didn't even realize I had it on silent. And I picked it up last night to read. And I noticed I had a bunch of texts. And I was like, oh, crap. So I look, and Judy texts me that Melanie Little's StreamYard crashed twice within like 3 minutes. And I was like, wow. I was like, I don't feel so bad anymore. Because like she's been doing this longer than I have, and she's super professional and everything. And I was like, yay, it's not just me. I don't have to be embarrassed about it anymore. But I was like, man, I need to start paying attention to my phone. I'm like, look at all these texts I missed today.
You talked about that with defense counsel. And lastly, since we were last here, we've been apprised that a number of defense witnesses have been in the media talking about this case. The court presented an order, which is in our motion, from April 30th of this year, where the court said, I'm ordering all parties to tell their witnesses not to discuss this case until the case is completed, and that if my order is violated, I will take the appropriate action. The case is to be tried in the courtroom, not in the media, especially not in that matter. Is there any question whatsoever? Mr. Jackson said none. Mr. Rosen, there's none. We'll pass it on to Mr. Ford. Thank you. We'll take care of it. As the court's seen in our motion, we believe, and some of this is information belief, and some of it we have nailed down a little bit better than that, that Henry Lee has granted at least one interview to a Chinese daily news paper and presented a press release. Jody Baby Doll Gibson is given two different interviews, one to a Geraldo show on radio and another to Marie Claire magazine, the latter being somewhat salacious. And Bill Pavlik, who's already testified with respect to the Henry Lee issue, and Sarah Kaplan and Stan White both testified at that hearing. We expected, and I think it's at least likely or probable, that he might testify again if all that was presented before the jury. He granted an interview to Court TV just last Thursday about 9 a.m. where he had some rather say about prosecution witnesses Sarah Kaplan and Stan White, and one of the prosecutors.
That being here.
And that's what I heard. I was out of the state. It's just, you know what, I guess I just don't believe in coincidences, but it was just the day before when The court obviously recalls that Sarah Kaplan was here. We had all the discussions about whether or not she could testify or not. Stan White was here, ready to testify, and was ordered back. And the next day, Bill Pavlik, former defense investigator, hits the airwaves and trashes all of them. And he said from the stand when he testified before that he considered Brad Brunon a good friend. And I'm not suggesting Brad Brunon did that, but it's just a strange coincidence. I'm not sure what the appropriate action is when the court issued this order, but it seems to me that we agree with the court's order that this case should be tried in the courtroom and not in the media. And that's what's going on here. And just in the short time since we were last here, it's happened quite a bit.
Thank you. Mr. Rosen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Regarding let me respond to the motion first, and then I have a couple things myself. I received the motion, I believe, Thursday or Friday, and I read it also, and I remember the court's statement, which Mr. Dixon and Mr. Jackson appended as an exhibit in their motion. I will speak to a portion of it.
For the record, Mr. Spector is now present.
Okay. I'm going to speak to a portion of it, Your Honor. I'm going to speak to the portion regarding Ms. Gibson and Mr. Pavlik. As to Mr. Pavlik's not our witness. He's never been our witness. We've never listed him on our list. So in that regard, and I don't know what it is that Mr. Dixon is complaining about in terms of what Mr. Pavlik said or didn't say publicly, which the prosecution deems to possibly be a violation of the court's order. But if so, we're not responsible for Mr. Pavlik because he's not our witness. That's number one. Number two, as soon as I got the motion, I contacted Ms. Gibson. Jody Baby Doll Gibson is on our witness list. I placed her on our witness list, and I've been the liaison who's been contacting her and speaking with her. And we do anticipate calling her as a witness, and she will be my witness. I will present her, should the court permit it, through direct examination. I read her the two paragraphs that Mr. Jackson included, and she vehemently denies both of them. First of all, let's start with paragraph 5 and work backwards, if we may, for a moment. Paragraph 5 reads as follows, and I'm quoting, "On June 7th, 2007, I was informed that Gibson has appeared recently on the Geraldo Rivera show, at which time Gibson may have discussed this case." Now, I spoke with Ms. Gibson about that, and she is getting a copy of the Rivera tape, because after she spoke with me, I said, "Do you think you could possibly get that for me? I'd like to provide it to Mr. Jackson and Mr. Dixon, as well as the court, if what you say and what you indicate is going to be borne out by what's in the tape." She indicates that she told Mr. Rivera before she started the show that she could not talk about the case, that I had specifically instructed her not to speak about the case in any way. Mr. Rivera, of course, in his admirable way, I guess, as judged by some, paid no attention to her request and her admonition, and continued, as I understand it, to probe her on the show. And as I understand it, she declined each and every time. Ultimately, there was one thing that was said about it, and it had nothing to do with the circumstances surrounding Lana Clarkson or the murder. It was basically whether or not she had referred to her in her book as somebody who had worked for her, and the answer was yes. That's all she said, and she indicates that when you get the tape, you can look at it and you'll see she made no other statements whatsoever. Let's take now a look at paragraph number 4, which reads, and I'm quoting, "On June 7th, 2007, I was informed that Baby Doll Gibson has recently submitted to a public interview." That's wrong. It wasn't public. It was private. "To be featured in the next edition." That's wrong. It's not coming out until after August. "Edition of Marie Claire magazine." Marie Claire magazine, Your Honor, I'm sure the court knows, is a magazine that is issued in the UK. "Wherein she comments and speculates about issues surrounding Lana Clarkson and her murder." She indicates to me that that is incorrect, and she is in the process of reconstructing that interview. In fact, she indicates to me she doesn't even understand how the prosecution even found out about this, but it's quite possible that since she had my subpoena, which I have furnished to her earlier on, and it was laying on her coffee table when the interviewers came in from Marie Claire magazine, they must have seen it and contacted the prosecution's office, because she certainly didn't. Secondly, and thirdly, as I indicated, she was told that the edition for which this will be published is not coming out until August or thereafter, well after I think this case will be concluded. That is the information I have, so I am tendering that to the court as an explanation for her. As to Henry Lee, I believe either Ms. Kenny Bodden or Mr. Plord will address that, but I will provide the court those documentations and that tape as soon as I receive it. But based on what Ms. Gibson told me, and again, I reiterate, I contacted her the moment I received this in the fax, and she indicated to me that she was very firm. She understood that she wasn't to talk about it, and she didn't. On a different note, I just want to indicate I tried to bring this to the court on Friday. I guess the court was dark Friday.
I was off on Friday.
Yes, that's fine. But I have the tape and I have the transcript. I'd like to provide a transcript to Mr. Jackson and Mr. Dixon. And if I may approach, I'd like to hand this up to the court. I know this one works because I listened to it personally.
Okay.
Okay. And after we finish this, there is one other thing, Your Honor. The defense team has requested that I represent to the court a motion this morning. We would like to make a motion which is going to be directed towards a mistrial, and we have a series of things that I need to go over, but I think we should finish with Henry Lee first before we get to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, I want to make sure it's clear, at least for the record, is that I'm not sure what the people are asking. I think they're just basically bringing information to the court, but we represent Mr. Spector, not necessarily the witnesses, if there's some ancillary proceeding, and I think the court, has an idea of what that is. But basically, I don't think that as to Dr. Lee that there's much of a prima facie case as to any issue that's been raised as to publicity, given the circumstances outlined by Mr. Dixon. And we'll leave it at that. But again, I'm not representing any witness. We represent Mr. Spector, and they're suggesting that the court take some action against the witnesses. I don't believe that it would be appropriate to do that, but that's the court's call. We'll leave it at that.
Did you advise Dr. Lee about not discussing facts about the case?
I did not personally do that. I believe that he was notified by somebody that was taken care of.
Okay.
Your Honor, my response would be that we all have a responsibility for our witnesses. I don't think we've seen any prosecution witnesses on court TV talking about this case so far. And what Mr. Rosen said is that Ms. Gibson, in her Geraldo, if I heard him right, her Geraldo interview, said that Lana Clarkson worked for her at one time. Well, that's the whole point, because she's promoting her book about her former profession, and that's the whole point of it. She shouldn't be on there. That she is one of their witnesses. She shouldn't be on there. She shouldn't be talking about the case. I just think that's clear. And if counsel would like us to specify the remedy, my request is that she be barred from testifying. And I think it's disingenuous for any of us to say that Bill Pavlik isn't a witness when he's already testified. My memory, my age, is not quite clear. I think the defense called him. I don't think we called him in the hearing, but I could be wrong about that. But I think it's their witness too. We have to have, as lawyers and officers of the court, try to influence our witnesses to follow the court's order.
Okay. Certain observations. First of all, Mr. Plord, I think, hinted that there could be other proceedings. I don't think the way we handled this, which was to simply, I relied on the attorneys to tell the witnesses not to discuss the case because that was raised before me. That is not an order from the court, however. If anyone was hinting at contempt, that it would not be a valid contempt because they were not ordered by me not to speak. I simply relied on the attorneys to tell the witnesses who we assumed would follow the court's wishes. The fact that they chose not to is another thing, though certainly, especially with Ms. Gibson, I don't understand how she's going to be a witness in this case, quite frankly. We'll worry about that when the time comes. Her comments are indeed salacious. They're irrelevant as far as I can see to this matter. You certainly can show me otherwise.
Well, if you're going on Geraldo, you know Geraldo is going to ask questions about any court case you're involved in. So it's stupid to go on Geraldo. If you're not allowed to talk about it and it's going on, you know he's going to ask questions. Just like the Karen Reed thing. Like, I don't know why her lawyers are letting her talk. I don't know why I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I don't know why they let the stupid HBO thing come out now. And I get that it was fair to both sides, but I still don't. You don't want everybody in the world knowing what's going on. You can't get an unbiased jury pool. You don't. It's supposed to be private. It's supposed to be completely private. I mean, like, you can go into the courtroom, you can watch it on court, all of that after the jury's picked. Before the jury's picked, you're not supposed to know what's going on. It's so stupid. And, like, in the HBO documentary, they're driving, I guess they're driving to the courthouse. I don't know where they're going, but they're driving together, and Karen's looking at her phone, and she goes, "Oh, Elle Magazine wants to interview me. Should I do it?" And Ellen Jackson goes, "Hell yeah, you should do it." And I was just like, oh my God. Why? Why do they want them to talk to the press? It's ridiculous. I don't get it. You should say no. Don't talk to anybody. No, you don't talk to anybody until the trial is over. I don't care if you're a witness, if you're the person on trial. Don't talk to anybody.
If there is some valid basis for her testifying, that's another matter. It appears to me that she's there to dirty up Ms. Clarkson. That's pretty much what it appears to be. Now, there may well be something else there. I don't know.
Well, there's a number of things, and it is not to dirty up Ms. Clarkson.
Okay.
Again, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. And it is not our intent to trash Ms. Clarkson.
So that is okay that he shot her because... So she went on... So... Oh my God.
Is to give the jury as much of what was going on in Ms. Clarkson's life, and speculating, which both sides will do, as to what was going on in her mind at the time. And it is related to what occurred on the morning of February 3rd. It's not to dirty her up.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that when we get to it. But the bottom line is clearly, if Ms. Clarkson, if she was informed that she shouldn't, as she was supposed to be, not speaking to the press, Ms. Gibson, excuse me, thank you, then certainly one of the remedies the court can consider, and I'm not saying that I will or impose that remedy, is to exclude her testimony. So it behooves all the parties. If your witnesses want to take the chance of not testifying because they can't keep quiet about matters that they shouldn't be discussing in public, well, that's something that you're going to have to worry about when the time comes. As to Mr. Pavlik, he was, I don't believe, considered to be a witness at trial. I'm not sure that the court telling counsel to tell their witnesses at trial not to discuss their trial testimony, in essence, would apply to him. I just don't see it, whether it was wise for him to get on television. I watched, you provided as part of the motion a CD. I watched it. Okay, I observed it. As to whether there should be any remedies, I don't know. If you want to put him on the witness list and he's a legitimate witness and you want to subpoena him, that's a different story. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on it. I think that's all that needs to be said.
I get that people, most people don't know how trials work and stuff, but are people really that naive that they don't know that they're not supposed to talk to people about stuff? To me, it seems like common sense. Maybe I've just been a true crime fan for so long that I don't like that expression, true crime fan. But you guys know what I mean.
Concerning that matter. Now, what we have in addition, while we need to discuss Ms. Kaplan's situation, it's just filed. I need to read this from her attorneys as to whether or not she should testify in this matter, because the court does have to, once we make that decision, if there is some stipulation that apparently has been offered by the prosecution, which I don't think the defense has had a chance to consider fully at this point. If there's some other remedy, fine. Obviously, I would welcome that. If there's not, then we have to move forward with the proceedings once I have a chance to look at the motion that she's filed, and then we have to decide when we want to do that. What witnesses do you have? How are you going to proceed now?
Your Honor, we have a full day of witnesses.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I will consider the motion filed by Ms. Kaplan, take a look at it. We will set a date for her to come back to court. If that becomes necessary, we'll inform her counsel since she's on call at the present time, and we can just take that up as it comes along, and we'll go as it's appropriate. So if everybody's here and we have the jurors here and we're ready to proceed, I'd like to proceed.
We do have the motion from Mr. Robin.
Okay.
I'd like to do it. It will take a little time tonight.
We'll take it at a break. Okay, that's
The only
fine.
thing I would suggest, Your Honor, and I haven't thought this through fully, but Ms. Kaplan and Mr. White deal specifically with the 1700 Grandview scene. The only thing I would suggest is that this will come up, I think, sooner than later.
Well, I understand that. I'm not talking about putting it off for a long time. I just think you need to tell me what day we need to consider it so her attorneys can have her here and we can proceed as the court finds appropriate.
I expect that Mr. Renteria will take up the bulk of the day. He deals with a lot with the 1700 Grandview scene. Jamie Lindsay probably will be following him, and maybe one other witness or two other witnesses that will be relatively short as compared to Mr. Renteria. I would think by tomorrow it's going to become ripe. That's the order in which we
Let's see where we are at the end of the day, and we'll make a decision as to whether to have her come in. I saw her counsel here before, but I don't see him in the courtroom now. But in any event, let's bring in the jurors and the alternates.
Did the defense file a motion with regard to the same issue? Was the court referring to our motion? Our points and authorities.
I read your points and authorities concerning Ms. Kaplan.
Yeah.
I have not read when I say the defense, Ms. Kaplan filed on her own behalf.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
Okay, I've not been served with that. Okay, that's right.
Okay. Just to assist Mr. Jackson, I think that rather than being duplicitous, it really addresses her issues, which really fold right into the same issues on behalf of Mr. Spector and his privilege. So
Okay.
rather than shredding more trees, it's right there in the one motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Steve Renteria, Stevrenteria.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. To do.
Stop it.
Apartment.
Come on, StreamYard.
Not very far from this building. I've been there for approximately 23 years. Currently, I work in the biology section or the DNA section, and I also respond to crime scenes occasionally as part of my job.
What was your job back in February of 2003?
It was basically the same thing. I would go to crime scenes occasionally, and also I was still in the biology section.
Was it normal back in 2001 in your position to go to a crime scene?
Yes,
All right, that was not an unusual circumstance.
correct.
Can you tell us what your duties include? A criminalist assigned to the biology section, specifically the DNA section.
Yeah, I happen to be the technical leader of that particular section, so my responsibilities are a little more than a regular analyst. I do casework on occasion, but I'm also responsible for training new analysts, making sure that the technical aspects in the laboratory basically meet standards that we have to follow. And we perform a variety of types of tests in the biology section, screening tests, looking for biological fluids, usually blood, semen, vaginal vaginal secretion, saliva. Then if needed in a particular case, we can also do DNA typing, forensic DNA typing, to try to determine who could or could not have donated a particular crime scene stain.
When you use the word donate, tell us the context in which you, as a DNA analyst, as a DNA technician, use the word donate.
I'm using the word donate, and the way I would explain to you is if we find a blood stain at a crime scene or any biological fluid, usually the detectives or investigators may have some idea of who may have deposited that particular stain. Let's keep it at a blood stain. So what we'll do in the laboratory is we'll get a DNA profile from the blood stain at a crime scene. Then we'll also determine what the DNA profile is from an individual who is suspected of donating that particular blood stain. So if the DNA profiles match, then we can say that that individual donated that blood stain at that particular crime scene.
We'll get, Mr. Interior, we'll get more deeply involved in a discussion about DNA and the analysis behind DNA and modern technology concerning DNA, PCR, and STR testing, et cetera. I want to shift gears a little bit and ask you, first of all, let's start this way so everybody kind of starts on the same page. Did you perform two separate tasks? Is it fair to break down your involvement in this case into two separate tasks? One, when you were actually at the crime scene and the observations that you made and certain collections that you made of evidence there. And then secondarily, your analysis once back at the lab.
Yes, that's true. Two
Okay.
totally different tasks.
And I understand I'm painting with a very broad brushstroke, but just in general, there was one hat you were wearing at the crime scene and a separate hat or an additional hat that you were wearing back at the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
All right. What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform these duties that you've explained to the juries? Sorry, I'll get that right. To the jury, insofar as your DNA analysis and the technical aspect of that DNA analysis is concerned?
Well, briefly, I have a bachelor's of science degree in medical technology from Cal State University, Los Angeles. I've also taken several graduate courses in the field of forensic science from the same university. And throughout my career, I've had training, formal training from the FBI, the California Department of Justice. And then I also regularly attend seminars and other types of training related to the field of forensic science.
All right, let's talk about your involvement at the actual crime scene. On February 3rd, 2003, did you engage in some kind of a field investigation or field observations at 1700 Grandview Drive in Alhambra?
Yes.
Did you go to that location at the request of the investigating officers?
Yes.
About what time did you get to the location?
I believe it was somewhere around 2:30 or 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
And who did you go with?
I went by myself originally. I was the criminalist on call that particular day. On call means that if a crime scene occurs and investigators need assistance, they have a name that they can contact to respond to the scene. So it was through the investigator, and I responded by myself.
Once at the crime scene, did you see anybody else from the crime lab there?
Yes.
Who?
There were several individuals from the latent print section, and I don't know if I can remember them all, but specifically I remember Susan Garcia, Gil Trujillo, and then there was one or two other individuals from that particular unit.
What about Bob Kyle? Was he there as well?
Yes, Bob, once we determined the scope of the crime scene, I determined at that point that I needed some assistance. Otherwise, I'd be there all night. And so we do have backup forensic scientists to help in those cases. So I made a phone call to our dispatch unit and requested a second criminalist, which in this case was Bob Kyle.
And Bob Kyle is also, or back at that time, he was also a qualified criminalist at the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
Why did you, based on the scope of the crime scene that you saw, why did you feel it was necessary to have an assistant there or some assistance?
Well, the main reason is there were a lot of items of evidence that was already numbered by the homicide investigators. So I knew there was going to be a lot of note-taking, a lot of collection that was going to be occurring. And also the size of the residence was such that it really needed another pair of eyes, another forensic scientist to help and coordinate going through different rooms that we were supposed to examine. So it was really the amount of evidence and the size of the residence that I felt we needed a second criminalist.
Mr. Renteria, is it important as a criminalist, as someone who's involved in the forensic sciences, to make sure that when you, for instance, go to a crime scene, that documentation is done correctly? In other words, if a piece of potential evidence is seen, that it's properly documented, properly photographed, collected, and then submitted for later analysis at the crime scene?
Yes, that's important.
In a situation like this, where it's a relatively large crime scene, and you may be working with other agencies, including the sheriff's department and their investigative branch specifically, as well as the coroner's department and other agencies, is it important to make sure that you keep track of what's been marked as a piece of potential evidence and what number or item number or evidence number it's been given?
Yes.
And how did you do that, or how was that done at this particular location?
Well, this location and like a crime scene, we first look at the crime scene, try to identify what could be potential evidence in the case. Obviously, we don't know at the time on less obvious items. And then we number them with a specific number that will help us identify that particular item. Photographs are taken, and that's the responsibility of our latent print section, and that's why individuals from that section were there. Photographing the overall scene, the overall placement of a piece of evidence, and if necessary, close-ups of any particular piece of evidence that we are going to be collecting. Also take handwritten notes at the crime scene. I would take notes of items that obviously I would be collecting. Its condition, location within a room, and possibly even location as far as relating it to other items of evidence. So there's several ways we try to document. We do the best we can, obviously, at the scene, and we keep those case files and photographs for further review later on if needed.
And that case file and those photographs are kept under the broad aegis of a DR number that's assigned by the sheriff's department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want you to take a look at a series of photographs. People's 29, first of all. This has been previously marked, and I want to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in the 5 photographs that are now being shown on the overhead, A, B, C, D, and E. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Tell me, using those photographs to kind of navigate the jurors through your observations, what did you see when you first got to the crime scene?
Well, the very first thing that I observed is I was led into the very back part of the residence where the rear foyer is located and where the victim was located in the chair. And I could see through the open door the victim and the position of the victim in that particular room. Then sometime later, once the investigators had finished their work at the crime scene, I was allowed inside the residence to help, again, look for and categorize pieces of evidence.
As the victim appears in photographs A, B, C, D, and E, is that how she appeared to you when you entered the crime scene that night?
Yes.
Or that afternoon, I should say.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Renteria, I have a laser pointer with court's permission there.
Yeah.
Little button right at the top. Did she appear as, and let's utilize photograph B as an example, did she appear slouched in the chair as she appears in photograph B on People's 29?
Yes, slouched in the chair. Her seat was basically towards the front of the chair, close to the edge. Her legs were straight ahead and extended in front of her. Her right arm was basically, and there was also a purse that she had on her shoulder. that was basically right on top of her shoulder, at least the strap was, and that purse was hanging down onto the chair. And there was a large amount of blood that was very noticeable on the right side of the jacket of the victim, then also on the right side of the chair, the purse, and immediately under the purse was basically a pool of blood that was present on the carpet that would be directly under the purse.
I'm sorry, take a look at what's been previously marked as People 62 for identification and tell me if those 4 photographs, A, B, C, and D, accurately depict Ms. Clarkson as she was slouched in the chair with the purse over her right shoulder, as well as the purse specifically in photographs B, C, and D.
Yes, those accurately depict what I saw at the scene. Here's the purse. There was a large amount of blood on the right side of her jacket again, coming down, and even I think it was even on the purse, then directly below the purse in picture C, you could see the pools of blood that were basically made on top of the carpet, a very thick pool of blood.
With regard to a criminalist's duties, when you go to a crime scene, is it important when you first get there, before any items of evidence or potential evidence are moved, to get a lay of the land, if you will, to get an idea of the observations that you can see grossly, in other words, visually, of what exists in and around that scene?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you move from room to room, for instance, out of the foyer and into the living room area and onto the bathroom before items of evidence or potential evidence had been moved or disturbed?
Yes.
Why is that important for a criminalist to do when you first arrive at a crime scene?
Well, the most important thing is try to get an idea of the entire picture of the crime scene, how big the scene's going to be. Sometimes if you go to a crime scene, maybe the crime occurred in just one room or even a small part of one room. So it's very isolated. In this particular scene, there were several homicide investigators from the Sheriff's Department that were working the scene, and I communicated with the different teams of homicide investigators as far as they observed and that they were responsible for, and what potential items that were already marked by the homicide investigator for collection later on.
Is it important as a criminalist employed by the LA County Sheriff's Crime Lab to ensure the integrity of a crime scene when you enter it?
Yes.
All right. So for instance, if there's something laying on the ground, you're not going to walk over and kick it and say, oh, that's interesting, look at that, and knock it across the room, for instance. That would be inappropriate for a criminalist or an investigator to do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did you take pains to ensure when you entered the crime scene that you looked where you were walking, that you did the best you could? As you know, we do live in a human environment, obviously, but that you did the best you could not to disturb or manipulate inadvertently items of evidence that may have been on the ground?
Yes, we're always looking down as we enter a scene because we do not want to step in, let's say, a blood stain that's still wet, and then actually make other stains as we're walking away from it. So we try to take care to not step in items like that or even kick things around as you described.
All right. And copious amounts of photographs are taken of a crime scene to try and document photographically the condition of the scene when investigators first approach and first appear in the scene, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, it would be inappropriate to move and manipulate items of potential evidence and go ahead and bag them, then take photographs of the scene, correct?
Correct.
It would be more appropriate to take the photographs first, then document photographically as things are being picked up, bagged as evidence, and booked into the Sheriff's Crime Lab or the Sheriff's Department, one or the other.
Correct.
Is it just as important for a criminalist, Mr. Renteria, to make and document by and through his or her observations things that aren't there, that are not there, just as much as things that are there at a crime scene?
Yes,
Describe that.
It depends on the crime scene, what kind of crime scene we're going to. In this particular case, we knew, at least the coroner and the investigators felt that the victim sustained a gunshot wound to the mouth. And we were looking for, or I was looking for, as well as Bob Kyle, who assisted me, blood stains that would be on the victim's body, in front of, on the sides, and anywhere in general closeness to the foyer where the victim was located. So one of the things we're doing is observing where bloodstains are, and if they're important or we feel they have evidential value, we'll mark those, document them, photograph them, collect them. And then we also try to also make notes on where blood is not present or cannot be seen. That could be important in a case, especially if reconstruction is going to be performed on a particular crime scene. That's also just as important as finding evidence is where bloodstains are absent.
I want to draw your attention one more time to People's 29 and ask you specifically to take a look at photograph D, as in dog. You indicated earlier in your testimony that you saw heavy or copious blood staining on Miss Clarkson's right side, correct? The right lapel of her jacket, et cetera?
Yes.
And that appeared to be draining down her right side into or onto her purse and then beneath it pooling on the carpet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any obvious blood stains on the left side of Miss Clarkson as depicted in photograph D?
No. Now, I got as close as I could to the victim at the crime scene. Obviously, we don't want to touch any potential pieces of evidence, but visually and with the flashlight, I did not observe any blood stains on the left side of Miss Clarkson's jacket, including the sleeve area. And it did kind of stand out. I'm sorry, I'm pointing to photo D in this
People's
case.
29.
People's 29. And I thought that was a very curious, to have a lot of blood on one side of the jacket and basically nothing visually identifiable there at the crime scene on the other side of the jacket. So at that point, talking to the investigators, we were going to, the best we can, try to preserve that condition of that particular jacket, because we didn't want, obviously, the right side of the jacket to come into contact with the left side of the jacket. And it would be looked at further under special lighting in a laboratory setting when we finally got the jacket from the coroners and brought it to our laboratory where Dr. Harrell was going to be doing the reconstruction in the case. So she would be in the best location to make observations on the left side of that jacket.
All right. That would be in a perfect world, correct?
Yes.
All right. I've enlarged photograph D in People's 29. Were photographs taken, or is there documentation of your actions at the crime scene? In other words, does this photograph appear to show Miss Clarkson's jacket on the left side in the basic condition that you saw it in when you're telling me about how you recognized it or how you saw it?
Yes.
All right. And by through this photograph, you can reiterate that, in fact, you saw no obvious signs of blood or blood flow down the left side of the jacket, correct?
That's correct.
Correct, under natural.
As close as I could get flash, jacket.
Approach to you with a flashlight with just additional lighting, looking for blood on the left side of Miss Clarkson's jacket, correct?
Correct.
And you saw none.
No, saw nothing.
Now, that in a perfect world, that left side of the jacket would be preserved in the condition that it's in here in order to make further observations back at the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
And you also are aware that, in fact, in this particular case, because of the nature of the wound that suffered and the pool of blood had nowhere to go except to drain out, and it did in fact contaminate the left side of the jacket. You're aware of
Sorry, guys, I have no idea what happened. Everything was going great, and then it just decided to crash.
Rephrase it in a leading fashion.
Sure. Are you aware of the condition of the jacket after the coroner's office had moved Miss Clarkson's body and placed it on a gurney at the coroner's office?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
The coroner's criminalist called me, Miss Linton-Mute, to basically tell me what had happened. At the scene.
It is responsive. The objection is overruled. It's not hearsay. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to explain why and how this witness then did what he did. The objection is overruled.
The reason she called me is because we had a very long discussion there at the crime scene, myself and the personnel from the coroner's office, on the importance of trying to preserve the condition of that particular jacket, just because of the situation I briefly spoke about. And the coroner's office did take extra precaution. They wrapped a clean sheet that they use at the coroner's office around the face of Miss Clarkson, just in case there was blood that would be coming out of the mouth, in order to protect there. And they were very careful. I was present at this junction of the crime scene where they moved her body onto another sheet, and underneath that was a plastic sheet, wrapped her up, then put her on the gurney, and eventually transported her to the coroner's office. And Miss Linton called me, I think it was the next morning, to say that, something had happened to the jacket. And she told me that when the photographer was taking pictures of the clothing that was still on Miss Clarkson, she was rolled to one side, and it wasn't noticed at the time, but blood was coming out of her mouth, got onto the table. And when she was rolled back onto the left side, basically the left side was now in a puddle of blood and body fluids and whatever else came out of her mouth. So she was obviously very apologetic, and accidents happen, and that's what happened in this case.
All right, so the left side of the jacket, if there are subsequent photographs that indicate in the studio, for instance, the crime lab studio, that indicate there is blood on the left side of the jacket, that is from the pooling incident that you're talking about, or in other words, the contamination, not the condition that it was in at the crime scene, correct?
Sustained to the way the question is phrased.
What is your understanding of the condition of the jacket if it shows blood? And I'm talking about photographs, subsequent photographs. If those photographs show blood on the left side of the jacket, what is your understanding of how that blood got on the left side of the jacket and on the sleeves and buttons, et cetera?
Well, that blood stain that you describe on the left side of the jacket was not present or could not be seen at the crime scene.
All right.
So Ms. Linton-Mute explained what happened, so my assumption is that's how the blood got there after she arrived at the coroner's office.
All right. Did you also observe the chair that Ms. Clarkson was seated in terms of your general observations of the crime scene are concerned, the chair that she was seated in after she was removed from that chair?
Yes.
All right. Take a look at people's next in order. Your Honor, I believe this would be
94.
I want to say 93. I'm sorry?
94.
Okay. Take a look at photograph A and B in People's 94 and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those photographs.
Yes, in A, the chair on the left side of the photo, as you're looking at it, was the chair where Ms. Clarkson was positioned in. And this is a kind of a partner chair to here that is just shown in the overall photograph. Then picture B shows the chair, a little bit of a close-up photo, and there were bloodstains observed on the right arm, on the rear portion of the seat, then also on the backrest on the right side of this particular chair.
When you say the right side of the chair, are you talking about the right and left in terms of someone being seated in the chair? The chair's right would be the person's right, and the chair's left would be the person's left?
That's correct, as you're seated in the chair.
As we're looking at this chair, we're looking on the left side of the chair, but that's the right side as you describe it, correct?
Correct.
Is that blood staining and that blood pooling that's predominantly on the right side of the chair, looks like it might be exclusively on the right side of the chair, consistent with the blood staining that you saw on Ms. Clarkson's body at the crime scene? In other words, on the right side and not on the left?
Yes.
All right. Did you also see a revolver at the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
Where was that revolver?
It was beneath the legs of Ms. Clarkson.
Her outstretched legs?
Yes.
All right. After you got to the crime, initial observations, Mr. Interior, about kind of the lay of the land, as I've put it previously, did you become more focused in an effort to try to find specific evidence at the crime scene, specifically with regard to the transfer or existence of blood staining?
Yes.
Did you look at that back door, the back door that's closest to the fountain?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 85 for identification. And tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those three photographs, A, B, and C.
Yes, all three photos show the interior side of the south door, which was right next to that foyer where the victim was located. And in A, you could see that picture of me at the crime scene, basically holding up a number placard, in this case number 20, for an overall photograph to be taken. And that is the door handle, is where that placard is underneath. B is just a closer shot of that particular picture with item placard number 20 in place. And picture number C, if you look on the right side of the photo, that's the same interior doorknob from the same door that you see in B. But what we're trying to focus on in this particular picture is the latch bolt that comes out of the door that engages into the door frame, because that had a red stain consistent with blood. And also the doorknob had a discontinuous smear of blood on it. And again, that's the interior doorknob of that particular door.
I failed to ask you this previously, and I was about to ask you about this particular item. Let me go back to the chair for a second. You indicated that there was substantial blood staining on the chair. Was that chair collected as an item of evidence or potential evidence and submitted to the lab for later analysis?
Yes, that evening I collected the chair and transported myself to the crime lab.
Regarding blood stains, obviously it's easier to collect a chair and wrap it as a piece of evidence and transport that. It's a little more difficult to collect a door or a latch bolt. How do you collect blood stains on an item of evidence that either has some staining pattern or transfer pattern on it? What's the methodology for collecting those stains?
If we can't collect the entire item because it's too bulky or too cumbersome to bring back to the laboratory, we use a technique used in labs all over the problem. Basically like a Q-tip swab, but it has a single swab at one end, and then about a 6-inch wood stick that we use to hold. Excuse me. That's a sterile swab. It's clean. It hasn't been used before. And then we take sterile water, put a couple drops of water at the end of the swab, and to make it moist but not too wet. And then we take the swab and we touch the particular blood stain or body fluid that we're interested in collecting. And what happens at that point is the moisture or the water in the swab will kind of make the blood stain get back into a liquid form, and then the blood gets absorbed onto the cotton. So now we've basically picked up the blood stain from the harder surface, and now it's onto the swab. We package that swab carefully, and then bring it back to the lab and allow it to dry. Then, if needed, further analysis is
water for the purposes of collecting blood stains for later DNA analysis. Why is that important?
Well, the DNA technology we use in the crime lab and of course all over the country and the world is a very sensitive technique, which means that we don't need a lot of DNA in order to get results. So we want to make sure that the starting items that we're using to collect stains like that don't have contaminating DNA profile that we would get at the very end of the process. We could be sure is from the actual blood stain and not from some previous contamination, either in the water or on the swab before we even used it to collect.
So if I hear you correctly, Mr. Interior, you would not just find a piece of cotton at a crime scene and use that to collect a blood stain because you have no idea what that background DNA might be, correct?
Correct.
Or you would not, I mean, it would be inappropriate, for instance, to grab something off this table saying that I've just touched it and say, okay, collect a blood stain on that Post-it note, correct?
Correct.
That would be sloppy.
It'd be inappropriate, yes.
Yeah. You would never do that.
No.
And the crime lab would never engage in that kind of conduct.
No.
Okay. That would be inappropriate conduct for any forensic scientist to do, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you engage in the proper forensic scientific method, which is to utilize a sterile swab, some sterile water, and use gloves, I'm assuming, gloved hand like you're wearing in the photographs?
Yes.
To collect stains off of certain items of evidence at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Did you collect the stains off the latch bolt?
Yes.
Did you collect the stains separately off of the doorknob?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use two different swabs?
Yes, I did.
Did you book those two separate swabs under unique lab receipt numbers or under the same lab receipt number? Or how did you do that?
I believe it was under the same lab receipt number. One of them was donated 20A, and then the other one was called 20B.
So they are designated numerically to separate themselves, correct?
Yes.
And then there are documentations done in your notes and on the lab receipt themselves to separate 20A might be the latch bolt and 20B might be the doorknob, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, that's exactly what it was, right? 20A was the latch bolt, 20B the doorknob.
Yes.
And those stains were lifted on the swabs, put into some kind of a sterile vial, I'm assuming?
Well, we actually, we created a swab collection device that allows us, once we collect the stain, to slide a plastic cover over the swab, thereby protecting it from touching anything. Then once that is done, then that goes into a manila envelope that will help protect it from other items around it.
Other than the blood staining on the latch bolt and the doorknob on the back door, did you find any other blood staining in or around the foyer area, specifically looking at the banister or the handrail of the stairway?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
On the very bottom part of the handrail of that particular staircase, where one would touch, let's say if you were going to start going up the steps for balance, there was a discontinuous smear of blood that was present on top and on the side of that particular handrail. That probably had a dimension of approximately, maybe 3 inches in diameter, but it was discontinuous. It wasn't totally covered with blood. There were heavier areas, lighter areas, and some clear areas. And what it looked like to me is, something that had blood on it came into contact with that handrail and transferred that blood onto that particular handrail. That's a possibility.
Okay. Take a look at what I'd like to have people as marked as people's next in order 95 with the court's permission.
Yes.
It bears 4 photographs. This is an 8.5 by 11 document that bears 4 photographs, A through D. Can you tell the jurors what we're looking at in A, B, C, and D?
Yes. In photograph A, what we see here is the rear stairway. You could see probably just on the left side of the photo the extended legs of Miss Clarkson, so that it was a stairway just in front of her. And this would be the handrail that would lead all the way up to a landing, and then eventually the stairs go up into the second floor. And the blood stain that I noticed and photographed, had photographed and collected, is probably a little bit a better picture would be C and D. And in particular, D, you could see in this area here where I'm putting the pointer, some red brownish stain material. Then there was also some blood on the very edge of this coming off that stain material.
Did you take a close look at that? Let's focus on photograph D in People's 95. Did you take a close look at that handrail to get an idea of that discontinuity that you were talking about, that discontinuousness of the blood stain itself and where it was on the handrail?
Yes.
Did it appear that that blood had moved or it could have dripped or appeared to have been dripping down?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Describe that for us. What did you observe?
The flash from the camera kind of drains it out here or makes it too bright. But this is the general area I was speaking of on the handrail in this location here. And if you look where this little flash burnout is, there was also some blood running along this side. Now that would be the vertical side of the handrail. Now I didn't see anything that really looked like, it absolutely dripped off, but it was definitely on the horizontal part of the rail, and then coming over the edge and on the vertical part of that particular rail.
With regard to by the way, did you collect a sample of this blood?
Yes.
Did you do it utilizing the same technique that you've explained to the jurors just a few minutes ago, as far as your collection off the door latch or the latch bolt and the back doorknob?
Yes, sir.
Why were you interested in this particular blood stain?
Well, it obviously was in a location a good distance away from the victim, and given the way the victim had laid to rest when the shot occurred, it was very obvious to me at the time, given the distance and the type of stain that this was, that that couldn't have been left by the victim herself, that it possibly could have been the victim's blood, but something else or somebody else made the transfer onto that particular item. So I thought it was of forensic interest to have it documented and collected, and later on determine whose blood could that be from.
All right. If in fact, Mr. Interior, there had been a drip of blood beneath the handrail, would that have been of any significant interest or interest in terms of being a criminalist to you, if in fact you had already collected the blood from the handrail?
If there was a blood stain down in that area, given the fact that I did see blood on the vertical surface of that handrail, and if there was a blood stain, basically right below it on one of the steps, in this case it would be the second step, I would not see that as any additional forensic value, and I would not have collected it, because I would have made the assumption there at the crime scene at the time that that was probably from the same blood event that left the blood on that particular handrail.
All right. So if in fact you saw a stain of blood that was of interest to you on this jury rail, and you collected that sample, is what you're explaining to the jurors that if that dripped down or appeared to have dripped down either on the vertical wall or on the floor beneath it, your interest would have been to determine whose blood or who were the probable donators of that blood stain on the rail, not necessarily the drip beneath it, because it would have come from the same event in your mind?
Yes.
All right. Did you also look in places other than the foyer area for blood evidence?
Yes.
Did you look in the bathroom that was just around the stairway?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, well, I should ask you to take a look at a series of photos previously marked as People's 83. tell me, Mr. Interior, do you recognize the photographs A, B, C, D, and E in People's 83?
Yes.
Let's orient ourselves first, taking photograph A. Do you see, it's a little bit dark, and I apologize for that on this overhead. It is a little bit underexposed. Do you see what appears to be a stairwell kind of angularly going up to the left?
Yeah, on the left side of photograph A, yes.
Okay, is that the same stairwell or stairway that we've been talking about that has the adjacent banister that you collected blood from?
Yes.
So just on the other side of those stairs is a little hallway or an anteroom, correct?
Correct.
And that leads directly into a bathroom, is that right?
Yes.
Can you see that in photographs B, C, D, and E?
Yes.
All right, what specifically, taking photograph C, it's the largest photograph, or the one taken furthest back, were there several items of evidence of concern to you in that bathroom area?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Well, one thing I noticed in this particular bathroom, on the floor in front of the toilet in this bathroom, I noticed, other people there noticed too, what looked to be like a rag. Later on, it was determined it was some kind of a cotton diaper, kind of an old-fashioned cotton diaper, that was heavily bloodstained in various areas on it, and it also appeared to be wet. And later on with gloved hands, once it was collected, you could feel the wetness even through the gloves, and my gloves, once it was collected, also had some like water stains on it. So it had a lot of moisture, probably water on it, as well as several blood stains that were noted. So that was photographed, documented, and collected.
Did you find that rag next to an open toilet as depicted in photograph C?
Yes.
And was the lid up on the toilet as it is depicted in photograph C?
Yes.
The rag was sitting, that angle may be difficult for the jurors to get an idea of relative position. How far would you say that rag was from that open toilet?
Oh, I would say not more than a foot in front of that toilet.
Okay. What else was of import in the bathroom?
Well, the other thing that was a little out of place, at least I thought at the time, was on top of the toilet itself, the tank. On the tank lid, if you see in picture C, next to number 13, that would be the tank lid of the toilet. And picture D is a close-up of that particular item. There were two apparent false eyelashes that were just sitting by themselves on top of the toilet tank. I thought that was a little unusual, so not knowing if it was going to have any forensic value, we still photographed it, documented it, and collected it.
All right, so those were collected as well?
Yes.
And I assume it goes without saying that you indicated that you did manipulate the diaper such to collect it, correct?
Yes.
And that was later submitted at the crime lab?
Yes.
And the false eyelashes were later submitted to the crime lab as well?
Correct.
Did you ever go upstairs?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other item.
Please.
That was collected here. Item number 12, which is a little bit out of view.
One thing I don't think I've mentioned that I've been wanting to mention. What do you guys think about her eyelashes being on the toilet tank? Why would you go to somebody else's? I don't wear false eyelashes, so this is a legit question. Why would you go to somebody else's house and take your eyelashes off? Seriously, why? I don't know. Do they get like uncomfortable by the end of the day? Like, this is a serious question, y'all. Serious, because I don't know. I've never worn false eyelashes. I tried to put them on one time. They were like the little, not like the full lash, but like the little, I don't even know what they're called. Like the little partial lashes that you can like put in to just enhance your own. They're not like the full fake lash. I couldn't even get them on. And I think I got one little piece on one side and I couldn't even get the other ones on. And then when I put my glasses on, it hit my glasses and I was like, nope. So why would you take your false eyelashes off at somebody else's house? Yeah, to me, if you were like a model or an actress or a makeup artist, something like that. I mean, I guess if you had like, if you were blonde, like really blonde, and you had like faint blonde lashes, you might use them. I don't know. Why would you take them off at somebody else's house though? I don't understand why her eyelashes were on the toilet tank.
Picture C was a burgundy wash towel, about the size of a wash towel, that same type of fabric. I didn't know if it had any evidentiary value. Again, it was dark in color, so it was hard, at least at the crime scene, to note if there was any blood stains or small blood stains. So just in case, we documented it, photographed it, and collected that and brought it back to the lab.
Did you later determine whether that burgundy wash towel was either wet or stained with blood?
I found no blood on that particular item.
So as it turns out, you collected it in an abundance of caution. It had little evidentiary value to you.
Correct.
Back to my, is there anything else that you collected in the bathroom that's of note that the jurors should know about?
No.
Okay. Did you go upstairs at any point?
Yes.
Take a look, if you would, at what's been previously marked as People's 88 for identification. Tell me if you recognize the three photographs depicted in 88, A, B, and C.
Yes.
Where is that room, and what's it depicting? What are those photographs depicting?
This room is upstairs. I think at the time we were calling it kind of a dressing room because there are items of clothing on hangers throughout the room. I don't recall if there was a bed in this room or not. But one of the things that Robert Kyle did to assist in this crime scene is we kind of divided up the areas of interest that we're going to be looking at. And Mr. Kyle is the one who started examining this room first. And he noticed on the floor in picture A, I believe it's on the right side of the photograph, kind of next to this reclining chair, was a white dinner jacket, kind of a real shiny type of beige white in color. And Mr. Kyle at the time noticed some red stains that were present on the jacket. He also performed, he told me, a KM test, which is a presumptive blood test that indicates that blood may be present in the particular stain. He notified me of it. I went upstairs and observed it, and with his help, we numbered it, documented it, photographed it, and eventually collected it and brought it back to the crime scene. To the crime lab.
All right. Ultimately, I guess one of my questions would be, does photograph C depict the condition that you saw the jacket as it sat in the dressing room?
Yes.
And that was upstairs, correct?
Correct.
All right. You indicated that it was numbered, documented, and then collected. Did the personnel from the crime lab work in conjunction with sheriff's investigative personnel to make sure that the numbering was consistent?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an investigating officer that's in charge of dictating which items of potential evidence gets which numbers, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, that was Detective Lilienfeld, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At some point, did you leave the residence on February 3rd or the early morning hours of February 4th?
Yes, it was late night, February 3rd, the same day.
Okay. About what time did you leave the residence?
Just by memory, it must have been maybe around 10 o'clock. 10 or 11 o'clock at night.
All right. And that was after you engaged in what you've just described to the jurors as collection of certain evidence, either physical items of evidence or the collection of blood stains in and around the foyer area or other parts of the house, correct?
Correct.
And that was specifically done for later DNA analysis.
That's correct.
All right. And, well, I guess I should ask you this. Did you ever return to the crime scene after you left on February 3rd?
Yes.
When and why?
The next day, well, actually, it all started that first night. The foyer carpeted area plus the stairs were very dark burgundy color. And given my experience with working crime scenes, and it's very difficult when you have items of that color and that type of texture to see small blood stains that may be present visually, and even with a flashlight, it's often difficult with that type of color carpeting. So, and as I mentioned earlier, I did notice that I couldn't visually see any blood on the carpet directly in front of Miss Clarkson. And also, I also looked visually on the wood paneling that was on the stairway wall, that was on the vertical side of that staircase. Looking visually with the flashlight, I didn't see anything that would tell me it was potentially blood for any further testing. But knowing that this case probably was going to be a reconstruction case to try to figure out what could have occurred at this particular scene, I suggested to the detectives that we may want to come back the next evening to do what's called a luminol examination. And luminol is a special chemical that we use at some crime scenes, not all of them, that helps us find blood you just can't see with your naked eye, and especially when it's that type of colored background. And also you mix up some chemicals in a large garden sprayer, because this is going to be a big area. Mix them up, put on protective clothing, and then turn all the lights off, get it as dark as you could possibly get it. Then literally just spray the surface areas that you're interested in to see if there might be blood stains that you can't see visually. If there is a stain present, the luminol gives a reaction that basically, if there is blood present, it would glow almost like a bluish, purplish light. In the dark, you actually see this glowing, almost like at least back in my day, we used to have the black lights and the fluorescent posters. It'd be that kind of a glowing, very, very bright, very easy to see. Then if we did see some reaction with the luminol, then we can go back to that area and do some further testing, maybe cut out an area, bring it back to the lab. So it helps us find blood that isn't obvious. It's either very small, or if there was any cleanup that occurred. If you had blood on a carpet and somebody cleaned it up so good that you couldn't see anything visually, there'd be enough remaining blood in that sample to give you a strong luminol reaction. Then you would obviously go and collect that particular item. So that was done the night after, on the 4th.
Take a look, Your Honor, if I may, People's Next in Order 96.
Yes.
8.5 by 11 document that bears 4 photographs. Take a look at these 4 photographs of the foyer area, A, B, C, and D, and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those photographs.
Yes, again, it's the foyer area where Miss Clarkson was seated. And what you see here is basically looking from the south door into the house. And here's the stairway we've been talking about in picture A, a little bit closer shot in picture B. Picture C shows the south door of the foyer on the left side of the picture, and on the right side is that first stairway going up to the first landing. Then picture D is the carpeted area immediately in front of that south door. And you could also see on the right side of the picture the wood paneling that is on the vertical surface of that stairway.
Did you already have the luminol reagents put together by the time you got here, or is that something you do at scene?
We could basically start, it's a 2-part mixture. We could start with part 1, getting it dissolved. And then when we're ready, the room is dark enough, and we have our protective clothing, then we add the final chemical, mix it until it's all dissolved for the final preparation. And then that's when we start spraying.
You indicated that on February 4th, you went back there that night. Why was it important to you to go at night rather than broad daylight?
Well, yeah, we started in the afternoon, but we wanted to get there late enough so we didn't have to wait so long for the sun to go down. This was a big house, huge areas, big windows, and we wanted to make sure that we could take advantage of the sun going down and just being dark outside to help get the interior of the house dark as possible.
Can you describe for the jurors I was assuming from your comments that at some point it did get dark enough for your satisfaction to begin the luminol process.
Yes.
Can you explain for the jurors using these photographs, and by the way, I guess I should say, are asked.
Yeah, but they're like lined up side by side on the toilet tank. So it doesn't look like they fell off. Or if they fell off, she just placed them on top of the toilet tank? I don't know. That still puzzles me. Like the other stuff, the purse being on her shoulder, her being close to the door, like it looked like she was leaving, and the history of threatening women with the gun when they were leaving, like that all makes sense. It all ties in. It all fits the picture. But the eyelashes being on the toilet tank, how does that fit in? But I don't know. Maybe they did fall off and she just, I don't know. Maybe she's going to the bathroom and they fell off and she just stuck them there while she was peeing. Who knows?
You. These photographs are not indicative of the night that you were doing the luminol because it's still light outside, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in one of the photographs, photograph D, you can see the right foot, what appears to be the right foot of Miss Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
These are simply exemplar photographs that I'm going to ask you to utilize to explain to the jurors the areas that you luminoled on February 4th, 2003.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
The areas that I was interested in, again, at the initial evening during the examination process, I thought it was interesting and remarkable that I didn't see any bloodstains in front of the victim on the carpet. So because the color of the carpet, I wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. And that's why we did the luminol. So the first part of the luminol exam was the carpeted area where the victim would be on the right side of this picture A. I wanted to spray the entire surface area of this carpet, starting from the south doorway and going all the way back and wrapping actually around the stairway into that bathroom where other items were collected. I wanted to make sure that if there was a drop of blood or any spatters of blood, that the luminol hopefully would find it. So that was my initial concentration. I also sprayed the vertical surface of the stairway, the wood paneling, from the very bottom where it touched the carpet all the way up to the very top of the steps. I wanted to make sure if there was any blood stains that were present on that vertical surface that we didn't miss them that particular night, the night before. I also sprayed the stairs, each individual stair starting from the very bottom, step one, all the way up to the landing, and I also sprayed the landing with luminol, just in case if there was any stains, present on the carpet in that particular stairs. And in addition to that, once I was up here on the landing, I sprayed luminol on the top surface of the handrail from the first landing all the way down to the very bottom step where I did collect bloodstains that night before. And as mentioned before, I sprayed the carpet in front of the stairway in that little alcove that led into the bathroom. The bathroom carpet, which was carpeted with the same type of color, I sprayed that to see if there could have been any blood that we just didn't see the night before.
All right, let's take those one at a time. You've described for the jurors where you luminoled in an effort to try to find any blood that would luminesce or that would fluoresce under the luminol lighting, or the luminol chemicals, I should say. The middle landing, in other words, that landing upstairs that's indicated in photograph C toward the top of the photograph, was there any blood that you found utilizing the luminol test on that middle landing?
No blood detected.
Looking at the lower portion, and I'm going to be very specific, the
Wait a minute. There were 2 women that spent the night that night? There were other nights that women spent the night, but I didn't think there were any other women that night. Because that one woman went home. She left them. She left. Where were they? The House of Blues. She left. She didn't go back to the house with them. Who knows? He's weird. He's creepy.
lower portion of the well, let's take it in order. Moving down the stairs, was there any blood on the stairway, the carpeted portion of the stairway itself?
No, no blood detected.
Did you luminol the stairway banister rails?
No, not the vertical rails.
The vertical rails?
Yeah, were metal. They probably got sprayed when I was on the first floor, on the very bottom floor. And as I sprayed the wood paneling, I would have lapped over and sprayed a little bit, probably not all the way to the top, but a little bit of those rails.
All right, I'll get to that in just a second. Taking a look at photograph C for identification, photograph C in People's 96 for identification. Do you see the white wall to the right of the stairway?
Yes.
Did your luminol technique take the spray up a certain distance on that white wall?
Yes.
How far?
Probably, anywhere from 2 to 3 feet, because as I'm spraying, walking down the stairs, again, it's a garden hose sprayer, so I'm just going back and forth, lapping up the wall just a little bit, and then over to the left side, and as I'm walking down, and it probably got lapped up just probably about 2 or 3 feet from each step.
Did you find any blood on the wall? Was there any blood detected?
No.
Once downstairs, did you spray the area of the carpet adjoining the stairway area to the bathroom area?
Yes.
Did you find any blood staining?
No blood detected.
Moving into the foyer area. First of all, let's take the wood paneled wall. Well, actually, let me back up. Did you spray the area behind Miss Clarkson, the east wall where the mirror was?
Yes.
What was the result?
No blood detected on that wall.
Did you luminol the area depicted most prominently in photograph D, the wood paneled wall that you've earlier described?
Now that I think about it, it was probably a different woman on a different night that left them there and forgot them. I mean, do you keep them? Are they disposable? See, I don't know anything about fake eyelashes. Do you reuse them? I don't know. They probably weren't even hers. It was probably somebody that did spend the night and took them off and forgot them. But they photographed them because it was weird. Because the lady didn't live there, so they probably assumed they were hers. I don't know. I just think it's weird that there's a picture of eyelashes on top of a toilet tank in evidence for this case.
Described as maybe overlapping with those vertical banister rails. Did you luminol that area?
Yes.
Was there blood found on that area?
No blood detected there.
And lastly, did you luminol the area of the carpet between Miss Clarkson's body? For instance, you can see her shoe in photograph D. Did you luminol the area of the carpet between her body and that west wall, the wood paneled wall?
Yeah, not only in front, I luminol the entire exposed carpet in that foyer, which would include, obviously, the area directly in front of her.
And did that luminesce at all?
The only areas that luminesced were the puddles of blood that were obviously visible the first night.
All right. In other words, to be very specific, if the chair is where I'm placing this chair. There was a pool of blood beneath the right arm, and I'm being a little lax with my, I know you're a scientist, you'll probably correct me, I'm being a little bit lax, but colloquially, just a pool of blood was beneath the right arm of this chair, correct?
That's correct.
So other than that pool of blood, you luminol the entire area in front of the carpet, moving all the way to the wall that was the wood paneled wall of the stairway, the angled wall, correct?
Correct.
No blood detected in the area between Ms. Clarkson and the wood paneled wall, correct?
That's correct.
And no blood detected on that wood paneled wall itself, is that right?
That's correct.
In your experience, had there been blood spray, all right, from the wound that Ms. Clarkson suffered that went as far as that wood paneled wall, had there been blood spray, would that luminol have detected it, in your opinion, having used it previously?
Yes, it would have detected it.
Is one explanation for the fact that there was no blood spray detected in your luminol test between Ms. Clarkson and that wall is one explanation that something was standing between Ms. Clarkson and the wall, blocking it.
That would be one explanation, yes.
Mr. Rentieri, I said that we were going to kind of break your testimony into two parts, the part where you were at the crime scene, the part back at the lab. And I'd like to change gears now, if that's okay with you, and ask you about some specific things that you did back at the crime lab. You've already indicated that you've had specific training as a criminalist, as an employee of the Los Angeles County Crime Lab, or Scientific Services Bureau. Did you also have specific training with regard to DNA analysis?
Yes.
Describe that training and background for us, please.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it briefly before, but I've had formal training at the start of my DNA work there at the crime lab from the FBI. It was a 1-month course on forensic DNA typing, is what it's called.
And that's my mistake. So the FBI training that you were referring to at the beginning of your testimony was dedicated to DNA analysis.
That's correct.
Okay, and go ahead for us, please.
Then I also had training from the California Department of Justice. They have a big DNA unit, and they offer training to individuals in California, mainly public labs, to go to training and learn more about DNA. And then throughout my career, I've had training from different vendors where we purchase equipment specific for DNA typing. And I was one of two individuals who actually started the DNA effort for Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. So I've been working with DNA since 1990, basically validating our procedures when we first started. Then in 1994 is when we actually started our first case for DNA typing on an older technology, but it was still DNA. And I've been working and going to training classes ever since for DNA typing.
So you were on the ground floor, if you will, of utilizing DNA analysis here in Los Angeles.
I was just thinking about you. Hi. And the reason I was thinking about you was because I was thinking about the picture of Alan Jackson and Karen Reed. Do you guys remember that after the trial, that Photoshop picture that went around of him like hugging her from behind? And I was like, I wonder what his wife thought about that picture, because she's in California, he's in Massachusetts, and she sees, what if, like, did he have to call and explain, honey, that wasn't real, that was a Photoshop picture? Or do they have the type of marriage that there's such implicit trust that she knew? You didn't see that? So, anyways, I was thinking about that, and I was like, when there's a good place to stop, when there's a break, I need to ask everybody about that. And then I thought, where is Madam? She's the one that's always making comments about Alan Jackson being her future ex-husband and stuff. Where has she been? I haven't seen her in a while. And then you pop up. I was like, oh my God. I love you all equally. I was shocked. It was like I summoned you in my brain. I don't know. It depends on if she believes that the photo was photoshopped or real, I guess.
County for investigative techniques.
That's right. I was one of 2 people.
All right. And you've been involved with it ever since.
Yes.
What is are there certain accreditations that be an accredited DNA analysis approved crime lab?
Yes.
That was a very clumsy way of saying that. Why don't you describe it? You can probably do a better job.
Well, you're using the term accreditation, and there is a national organization called ASCLD Lab, and basically stands for American Society of Crime Lab Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board. And this national organization is responsible for certifying that laboratories' quality system meets standards, nationally made standards, to make sure that the quality system in the laboratory is up to par, and that the work done in that laboratory can be trusted and is of good quality. And our laboratory has been accredited, at least for the DNA part, other sections even longer, since we started DNA typing in 1994, and we're still accredited today.
And you indicated previously in your testimony that you are, in fact, one of the technical leaders of the biology section, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that biology section encompasses the DNA analysis portion of the crime lab's investigative.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's sad. Cancer sucks. It really, really does. It's horrible. And the cure is actually worse than the disease. Because I got so sick my second go round. I got so sick. I wanted to die. I literally, it knocked my immune system so low that every little thing made me on death's door. I was in the hospital 8 times in 2 years. It's awful. It's horrible. I will pray for your friend. That is so sad. Oh my God. I have survivor's guilt every time I hear that somebody died. It's like, oh, that's awful.
Branch, correct?
Correct.
Describe, if you will, and I'm going to force you not to put us to sleep here. Describe, if you will, the modern technology behind DNA analysis. We've all heard of it. Everybody in the jury box, everybody in the courtroom has heard of DNA analysis. Without going through an entire month-long dissertation, can you put into Reader's Digest form, what is the modern technology for DNA analysis?
Today, the modern technology, and not only in forensics, it also overlaps into other fields, other molecular biology fields, is called the STR, which stands for short tandem repeats. That is the technologies that every lab in the country and throughout the world use when they do DNA comparison from crime scene stains to reference samples.
Does the Los Angeles County Crime Lab utilize STR as their method or methodology of doing DNA analysis?
Yes.
Is that what you utilized in doing your DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And you're properly trained on STR techniques, correct?
Yes.
Is DNA unique to every individual in the world?
Yes, everybody's DNA is different than anyone else with the exception of identical twins. They would share the exact same DNA between the two twins.
Is DNA constant throughout someone's life? In other words, at birth, do you have one type of DNA, and as you grow and mature through
Okay. I got to tell you this really cool thing about DNA. I love this. Okay. When I worked at the hospital, I was watching, I think it was SVU. Anyway, it was one of the Law and Orders. And it was a guy that was graping. It was like cereal grapes. And they swabbed I'm trying to remember. They took a blood sample from him. I don't know why they didn't swab his cheek. They took a blood sample and it didn't match DNA. And then the guy had said something about being sick a lot when he was a kid. And they found out that he had leukemia and had a bone marrow transplant. Well, your bone marrow is where your blood cells are made. So because he had a bone marrow transplant, his blood DNA was different than the DNA in his cheek swab and his semen. So even though he was the grapist, his blood DNA was different than his cheek swab DNA. So it came out that like they couldn't pin it on him until they found out that he had a blood transplant, and then it made sense. And I was like, oh yeah, like that's real. So I go to work the next day at the hospital and I ask one of the residents who is like right out of med school, right? They've passed med school. They have applied to take their medical boards or whatever, but they're still working underneath a real doctor, right? So they can write orders and stuff that's approved by the real doctor. Basically, we teach them how to be a doctor. Like, we're teaching them. It's insane. Like, I didn't know nurses actually taught doctors how to be doctors. Like, they have book learning, but they don't have how to take care of a patient learning yet. We teach them that. That's another mind-blown thing. I did not know that until I became a nurse. So, I asked one of the residents, I'm like, this was on SVU last night. Is it true? And he went, I don't know. Let me go ask the attending doctor, who's like the real doctor. And he went and asked, and he came back and he was like, yes, that is true. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. So, a person that has had a bone marrow transplant has two different types of DNA in their body. Is that not insane? So, that's wild. So, if you have had a bone marrow transplant, you have two different kinds of DNA. I just think that's fascinating. I'm sorry.
through life, does your DNA change or in some way, well, I guess I should just leave it with change?
Well, for forensic purposes, for the DNA that we look at, it actually starts at conception. The DNA that you had at that point of conception is exactly the same from the day you were born, today, and the day you die. That DNA that you have that we look at in a forensic setting never changes, and it is constant through your life.
Now I'm going to ask you kind of to lead us through this a little bit. What are you testing for when you're testing for DNA? You utilize the STR technique. You've already told us about the short tandem repeats. What is it that you're testing for when you're looking at a blood sample or a saliva sample or a swab of some kind? What are you looking for?
Well, to keep it real simple, what we look for are different sites or different locations on the DNA. DNA is a big chemical, or a molecule is another word we use. And there's certain sites on this DNA molecule that we all have. We all have those particular sites, but the beauty of those particular sites is we can have different forms or different types. And one way to think of it is each site is almost like an ABO type. We all have an ABO type, but we might be a different type, an A, B, or O. But again, the usefulness of these particular locations is that there's more variation within individuals, so we can tell people apart more and more precisely by looking at these different locations.
How would you describe the sensitivity of DNA testing in modern technology using STR techniques?
It's very sensitive, and what I like to explain to people is if I had a pen and I took my end of my pen and just put a dot on this piece of Post-it paper, and you could see it, but it would be very small, that would probably be enough cells in that particular blood stain to give a DNA profile. So we don't need a lot of material or cells in order to get a profile.
What are the steps that you take, Mr. Renteria, in beginning the process of DNA analysis?
Well, the first step is obviously the processing of the samples. And what we do is we work obviously in the laboratory with gloves, a laboratory coat. We try to take care not to contaminate the samples with our own DNA. And when we're processing the samples, this is before we even start the DNA procedure, we're only opening one sample at a time. Documenting it, taking photographs if we need to take photographs, cutting out an area if that's the type of sample it is, putting it into a clean plastic test tube that we use for further testing.
Why is it important? I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Why is it important to only open one sample at a time, for instance?
Well, one thing we want to prevent is contaminating body fluids on a stain from one piece of evidence onto a second piece of evidence. The other risk that we try to prevent, and we do prevent by opening one thing at a time, is if you're dealing with an evidence sample and you have a reference sample you're trying to compare it to, you don't want to be cutting out a portion of the reference sample, be it a blood stain or an oral swab, when you have the evidence exposed and right next to it, because there'd be a chance you can get some material onto the evidence. So we want to prevent that type.
And that brings up a good point, and I guess I kind of glossed over this, and I shouldn't. If you were to take a sample of my blood and go back to the lab, and all you have is that vial from me, all right? If you go back to the lab, does your analysis tell you, oh yeah, that's Alan Jackson? Or do you have to have something to compare it to? That was probably a bad example. Let's say that there's a blood stain on this piece of paper, okay? If you take that blood stain back to the lab and do an analysis on it, does that blood stain tell you, okay, this belongs to Alan Jackson, and I know that because of the particular markers involved in that blood stain? Or do you have to have my reference stain to compare that to tell you this is Alan Jackson?
That's right. We would need your reference sample to compare the DNA profile from the blood stain at the crime scene to your known profile, because we would have just run it and had the two side by side and make the comparison at that point.
A good analogy would be a fingerprint left here. If you just, in a vacuum, take that fingerprint, that doesn't tell you who left it. If you have something to compare it to, that gives you a little further in establishing who left that fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Okay. in this particular case, you were talking about the steps that you took in testing or typing these samples. Did you ultimately take or make an effort to gather the samples that you've earlier told us about having collected at 1700 Grandview and engaging in a DNA analysis back at the lab with all of those samples?
Yes.
And you talked about just a second ago how you opened each sample individually so that there's no cross-contamination. Is that right?
Correct.
Are there certain circumstances, is DNA analysis in 2003 through 2007, is it so sensitive that you can actually get DNA out of a sample by accident? In other words, background DNA or DNA that's sloughed off just in everyday use that wasn't intended to be there.
Yes.
Compound.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Explain that for us.
Yeah, it is very sensitive, and we do use the best precautions we can. One easy way to get contamination in an evidence sample or other types of samples that are done is from the analysts themselves working with those tubes. And even though we're wearing gloves, lab coats, masks, and we also use special hoods that try to prevent that, there are occasions when even just some skin cells that get sloughed off, daily from everybody. Or if you're accidentally talking and maybe you didn't have your mask on, if you can get a small amount of saliva that may come out as you're talking, and if that happens to fall in a tube, the technique is sensitive enough that it might pick up that particular profile.
So literally, today's testing is so sensitive that if, for instance, you have an item that you're preparing for analysis, if I was uncovered like I am now with my hands and face uncovered, if I'm just leaning over talking over that item of evidence, is it conceivable or possible, or even probable given this technique, that my DNA might be found as background DNA on that particular item?
Overruled. Are you able to answer?
Yes.
You may answer.
Yes, it is possible.
So suffice it to say, extraordinarily sensitive testing today, correct?
Yes.
Are there safeguards that an ASCLD lab accredited laboratory takes and that your lab took in this particular case to ensure the accuracy of the results that you got?
Yes.
What do those safeguards include?
Well, I'll mention a few of them. We have certain procedures that we follow every time we do a case. It doesn't matter what case it is. We introduce, when we're extracting DNA, a tube that we call the reagent batch. And basically it's a clean tube that has nothing in it from the very beginning. And that tube gets processed all the way through the entire procedure to the very end until we end up with a DNA profile for the case. And what we're supposed to get at the very end for that type of sample, the reagent batch, is nothing. What it's doing, it's testing the chemicals that we use, all the chemicals that went into every sample, because we want to make sure to try to catch if there is contaminating DNA in one of those chemicals. We want to know about it at the very end. We also introduce what's called a quality control sample, and that's a laboratory donor. We take a cheek swab, take a portion of it, that gets extracted from the very beginning and gets DNA typed all the way to the very end. And that sample should give us the correct DNA profile of whoever the donor was in that particular case. That type of control sample tells us that we were able to extract DNA and get enough of it from that sample. And of course, we would expect the correct results at the end of that process. And in between the extraction and DNA typing, we also introduce two additional samples. One is called a negative amplification control. And just like the word means negative, that uses all the chemicals we use to perform a process called amplification. At the very end, it should give us no results. Then we introduce a positive amplification control. And again, that would tell us that the amplification went as expected and we got the correct results at the very end. So in any given case, we're usually dealing with 4 types of controls that help tell us at the very end, can we use these results for the rest of the samples?
And that's before you'll ever sign off on the results.
Yes,
Those 4 controls have to be in place and have to be approved.
correct.
All right. Now, you've used a word that I guess it bears a little bit of explanation. I don't want to get too deep into the science portion of it, but you talked about amplification. What do you mean by amplification, and does that have anything to do with capillary electrophoresis or whatever those big words that you guys use are? Describe what amplification means for our purposes.
Well, we're talking about the DNA procedure, and that is one part of the entire process. And basically, if I could back up just a little bit,
Sure.
There's basically 5 steps. There's the getting the samples ready and putting them into tubes, the processing of the evidence. The second step is extracting DNA. We use certain chemicals and certain techniques that allow us to remove the DNA from a sample, clean it, and to go on to the third step, which is quantifying, determining how much DNA is present, if any, in a particular sample. The fourth step is what we just talked about, is amplification. And we use a technique called PCR, and it stands for polymerase chain reaction. It's a very fancy term, and basically what it is, it's almost like a molecular Xerox machine, where if you have 1 copy of DNA, you do 1 PCR cycle, you end up with 2 pieces. You do a second cycle, you end up with 4, so on and so on. And in about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, you end up with millions of copies of that original piece of DNA. So that's the 4th step, amplification. And then the 5th step, or the last step, is what you had mentioned. We take that amplified DNA and we put it through an instrument called the genetic analyzer. And at the very end of that process, or that particular step, we end up with a DNA profile from the evidence, from the controls, from the reference samples. And it's those profiles that we look at as analysts to try to determine if somebody could have donated or not donated a particular evidence sample.
All right, on that note, we're going to take approximately 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We may need to break somewhat early. I want to talk to counsel about that. One of the attorneys has another appearance, and then I want to try to work our schedule out because there's going to be some different breaks today. So keep in mind the admonition. We'll go ahead and be in recess for about 10 minutes. Mr. Rosen, if you would approach. Mr. Dixon, if you would approach.
Court TV, why do you have to buffer every time? I've had you ready to go for hours. Why are we buffering? And then there was one episode where someone had been put through a meat grinder. And I was like, oh no, I don't want to do that. Which I imagine is probably a very rare thing that happens, but it's like, nope. Why are you buffering? Come on, Court TV.
Suggested that I have some sort of a relationship with Mr. Pavlik and may have in fact put him up to going on television.
I don't think he actually suggested it. He might have noted that there was a relationship between the two of you.
Well, just to correct the record, we have no relationship, personal or private. I haven't spoken with him in months other than in passing in the hallway, and I have never spoken to him about going on television. We have a very, very remote and very remote relationship at best.
Thank you. All right, let's bring up the jurors and the alternate. Comments about our schedule, because I wasn't sure whether we were going to have to take some breaks. We do not. Mr. Rosen does have to leave early this morning to go over to federal court. He's under order from a federal judge to appear, but the other attorneys will take care of his absence. And at 1:30, the court has to hear a motion outside your presence. We'll have an extra 15 minutes for lunch. But other than that, we'll be on a normal schedule today. With that in mind, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. About the types of results that you can be expected to get when you do, and you've talked to us a lot about the types of testing, the amplification process, the genetic analyzer. Tell us what types of results you can get from DNA analysis. In other words, a single profile, multiple profiles, things like that.
Yeah, from evidence samples, because they're evidence samples, we really don't know or expect to get what type of profile at the very, very end. Is it from a single source, just one person, or could it be a mixture of DNA, of maybe different body fluids from two individuals? So at the very end of the process is when most of the time we can tell that. So you can have a evidence sample that gives you a indication that it only came from one person, period. You could also have evidence samples that can give you an indication that it came from two people. And we had cases in our, so it really depends what you see at the very end of the DNA profile I'm talking about. That gives you some idea of how many individuals are in that particular state.
And you've already explained the phrase in terms of your scientific expertise of the word donor, or the definition, I should say, of the word donor. How does that play into major donor and minor donor in terms of what you just talked about, having a mixed profile?
Well, on occasion, if you have a mixed profile, let's say two individuals, and we see this a lot in evidence casework, you can have, let's say, a blood stain on a particular item that is maybe 5 drops of blood from one person, and just by chance, a second individual maybe dropped 1 drop of blood in right on the same area. What we see visually is one stain. So if we took a swab and swabbed that up, we would have 5 parts of the first person, 5 drops, and 1 part of the second person. So what we would see at the very end of analysis is we would see a strong profile and a weaker profile. First of all, we know it's a mixture because the profile just tells us that. And secondly, in that type of situation, we may be able to say we have 2 people. One of them is a major donor. In other words, most of the DNA is from that person. Then the second person is a minor donor. We have other DNA types there that person, but they're just in a small amount. That's how we use it.
2 separate drops of blood. 5 drops of blood versus 1 tiny little drop of blood within the same blood stain, for instance. Does it necessarily include blood to find a minor donor?
No, not as I explained, donor that maybe most of the profiles from semen, from cells within the semen, and then a minor donor could be, let's say, from a victim of a sexual assault. And that could be epithelial cells or cells that line the oral tract or even on skin. We can get a small amount of DNA from the cells from the skin of the victim. So you're absolutely correct. It doesn't have to be all blood or just blood. It could be a mixture of different fluids or different cells within the body.
All right, I'm going to use an example. This is Mr. Dixon's favorite pen. I promise I won't move this into evidence, Mr. Dixon, but to utilize this as an example, he uses this pen every day, touches this pen, has his skin on this pen, grabs it with his right hand, his left hand. Say, for instance, I inadvertently cut my finger and dripped a tiny little bit of blood on that pen. Might you expect in that circumstance that you would find a major profile if you took that stain of blood a major profile for me and a minor profile for Mr. Dixon, given the fact that his skin cells are likely on that pen.
That's correct.
So it's not just the same type of fluid. This DNA STR testing is so sensitive, it can test for and give results on different types of DNA, i.e. skin cell DNA versus blood cell DNA.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with all that having educated us on what you do for a living, let's talk about the specific facts of this case. On February 5th, 2003, did you receive a reference blood sample from Mr. Spector?
Yes.
I'm going to read a number into the record, and this is the last time I'm going to read this number into the record, so I make sure we're clear. Was that DNA extracted and amplified and labeled 03 D as in dog 373-101?
If I may refer to my report?
I'd appreciate it if you would.
Yes, that's correct. That would be the DNA sample number for Mr. Spector's reference sample.
And did you also receive a reference blood sample for Clarkson at some point at which it was extracted and amplified and labeled with the number 03 D as in dog 373-100?
Yes.
All right. And those two reference samples are what you utilized in the further analysis that you engaged in based on the evidence that was collected at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever receive certain DNA samples that were taken from Ms. Clarkson and provided to you under lab receipt number J321612? And I apologize about the use of all these numbers, but you're sort of in a numbers game. I want to make sure we stay clear about what we're talking about. Did you receive certain DNA samples under that lab receipt number for Ms. Clarkson's left inner wrist, a swab, her left wrist outside swab, and right wrist swab?
Yes.
Did you prepare samples from those swabs?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, were you able to extract DNA and amplify DNA from those swabs? File to the known profile of Philip Spector and Lana Clarkson.
Yes, I was.
And what were the results, just specifically with regard to those three swabs?
Again, if I may refer to my report.
Yes. Your Honor, I'm assuming for purposes of the following examination, Mr. Interior is going to need to refer to something substantial. Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The three samples you mentioned, the left inner wrist, the left outer wrist, and the right wrist gave DNA profile that was consistent with a mixture of at least two individuals. Both Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector are included.
And you would expect to find Lana Clarkson's DNA as a possible donor on that very small swab, because in fact it was swabbed from her wrist, correct?
Correct.
And the other possible donor was Philip Spector, is that correct?
That's correct.
Take a look at people's next in order. I want to say people's 97, Your Honor.
97 is the next in order.
This is a 8.5 by 11 document that bears three photographs. The slip dress that Lana Clarkson was wearing at the crime scene. Do you recognize this dress?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this dress?
Yes.
Was this dress received at the crime lab for analysis?
Yes, it was. Yes.
There are both red arrows, and I apologize to the jurors, this is very washed out on this particular overhead, but there appear to be red arrows and green arrows, probably best depicted in photograph C. Can you explain what the red and green arrows are respectively, and what you had to do with this?
Yes. The initial examination of this item was performed by Dr. Lynn Harold. And she is the person in charge of looking at these items of evidence for the purposes of reconstruction. She had placed the red arrows on areas where she was able to identify blood microscopically during her analysis. After she had done her analysis and placed the red arrows in place, I was brought in the presence of Dr. Harold to select a subset of those stains to go on for DNA typing. So only a small amount of stains that she had identified as blood, I took and performed DNA analysis on.
So you performed DNA analysis on certain of the stains, on the blood stains or purported blood stains on this slip dress, correct?
Correct.
The DNA was extracted and amplified?
Yes.
And did you obtain a profile on the DNA blood stains from the slip dress?
Yes.
What were the results?
I looked at a total of three stains from that particular item, and all three stains gave a DNA profile that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
Did you also inspect Lana Clarkson's jacket?
Yes.
Take a look at what's, actually I'm going to mark it now, People's next in order, People's 98. It appears to be an 8.5 by 11 document. It's being shown on the overhead, and it bears two photographs, A and B. Do you recognize these two photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They look to be the bloodstained jacket that Lana Clarkson was wearing. It's actually got an empty space down the middle because the coroner's office, once the contamination occurred, cut the jacket from the back all the way from the top to the bottom. So now we have a right half and a left half, and that's why you see that seam in the middle.
Did you sample any portion from that jacket?
Yes, I did. From the right side of the jacket on the sleeve, I selected one stain, and that particular blood stain, DNA profile obtained from that matched the DNA profile from.
And that was a single donor match profile, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 65, if you would, please. Tell me if you recognize those photographs, those 6 photographs.
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photographs that were taken at our photo lab, and it also has the DR number or case file number for the sheriff's department, and the laboratory receipt number, which is the J number for the gun that was found underneath the legs of Lana Clarkson.
And that was J number 309759, correct?
Correct.
When you received this gun, by the way, when did you receive the gun into the crime lab?
If I may refer to my notes.
Please.
I apologize. I'm going to have to.
If with
That's
court
fine,
permission.
that's fine.
Whatever that date is.
I received the gun directly from investigators Katz and Lillienfield on February 5th, 2003.
Was that gun handed to you before it was photographed in these photographs?
Yes.
How so?
I had it in my work area until the exact date was February 13th, 2003. That's when I opened up the evidence box that contained the gun. And I noticed that the gun on the very front sight of the gun, the rear portion of the front sight had some white material that seemed to be embedded in the site structure itself. At that point, I didn't do any further analysis on the gun. I wanted to get Dr. Harold's, to get her attention, to have her just view it quickly. Then at that point, we decided that we would have it photographed in a studio. We have a photo studio in our laboratory to get some studio photographs of the gun. Then after that point, it would eventually be released to Dr. Harold so she could look at the gun, collect samples, and then for possible reconstruction.
When you received the gun on the 5th, you did not manipulate it you didn't touch it at all until the 13th when you opened the box, correct?
That's right. It was in a sealed gun box is what we call it. And I did not break the seal, did not open it until February 13th.
When you ultimately did open it, did you, in addition to noticing this white material embedded or pulverized into the front sight, did you also notice what appeared to be dried blood on the gun as well?
Yes, on various surfaces, right side, left side, the handle, the barrel, there was obvious blood staining that was on the gun.
Did you move or manipulate that blood staining at all?
No.
As a matter of fact, are you trained not to do that?
If yes, the answer is yes. And if there's a need for reconstruction, sometimes the appearance of the blood, the type of blood stain that it is could be important. So we would not want to remove it in this particular case until Dr. Harold had a time to look at it.
All right, and time to photograph it.
Correct.
And these studio photographs reflect accurately the state that the gun was in when you received it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you this, since we're on the issue of the gun, and you've already talked to us about the extensive luminol tests that you did inside the foyer area. Let me pose an example or a hypothetical or a question to you. If the gun had wet blood on it, in other words, fresh, wet blood on it, and was on the carpet, and was either kicked around or moved onto the carpet, wiped onto the carpet. After that gun was removed and you did your luminol, would you expect that area of the carpet to luminesce with that wiped blood?
Yeah, in your hypothetical, the blood is still on the gun being kicked around, and I would expect to see a luminol reaction that next day just from the trace amount of blood that would have moved off the gun because it would be in a wet form onto the fibers of the carpet.
Did you see any suggestion based on your luminol tests that the gun had been wiped onto the carpet or the blood had been transferred onto the carpet in that wiping form that you just talked about?
No.
When was the gun ultimately, after it was photographed, when was it returned to you for analysis?
The next day, February 14th. On February 13th is when I opened the gun box and noticed the white material. I sent it to the photo studio on that same day, and it was returned to me the very next day on February 14th, and it went back into my possession.
At some point, were you able to perform an analysis or take samples from that gun in different places, specifically concentrating on the obvious red stains?
Yes.
Describe what samples you were taking from the gun.
Well, again, the gun was given to Lynn Harold before I even did any sampling. And in the presence of Dr. Harold in her work area, since she had possession of the gun at that point, and she had done a microscopic exam and examination of the different surfaces of the gun, we kind of both worked together to decide which areas that had blood on it based on Dr. Harold's microscopic exam, which areas we would try to collect samples from to do further DNA testing on. And on that particular day, we collected a total of 7 different areas that contained blood for DNA.
And it was that blood that you were concentrating on in order to collect it for later DNA testing?
Yes.
In other words, obvious areas of the gun that had red staining or blood staining on it, you wanted to collect that blood to find out whose blood appeared on the gun, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm just going to walk through those 7 areas, if you don't mind, so we can get through this relatively quickly. Was the sight groove?
Yes.
The medallion right side grip?
Yes.
The impressions on the left side of the barrel, in other words, the pre-stamped areas, Cobra and 38 Special.
Yes.
The outside of the barrel about a centimeter from the muzzle end of the gun.
Yes.
The left side wood grip with what appeared to be blood on it.
That's correct.
The right side gun cylinder flute with the expended casing at the 12 o'clock position. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the inside of the gun barrel just inside the muzzle, correct?
Correct.
All right. All of those areas were sampled in order to determine whether or not the blood in that area or who the blood profile belonged to in those areas, correct?
Correct.
And what were your findings?
Again, if I may refer to my report,
Certainly.
two of those items, we called it item 1G. G as in George, which was the right medallion portion of the gun, gave DNA. However, the amount of DNA on that particular sample was not. So all I am able to say is that there's some DNA there, but there wasn't enough to proceed further. So basically, for that sample, the test would have stopped at that point.
So the amount of blood seen inside that medallion and the recesses of that medallion was simply too small to do an adequate DNA test on.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the same was true for item 1H, as in Henry, which were the impressions on the gun barrel. Same situation. There was DNA there, but not enough.
Okay. So the what appeared to be blood inside the grooves of that very small C, O, and B, or that area, when you sampled it, you simply could not get enough on the sample to DNA test it.
Correct.
Okay. What about the area of the sight groove?
The sight groove gave a DNA profile that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
What about the outside of the barrel that you described as being about a centimeter from the muzzle?
That DNA profile from that sample matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
How about the left side of the wood grip?
That particular sample gave a major profile that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson. The only indication that some minor DNA source would be, there's one particular DNA marker looked at, it's called Shannon. It's a set marker. In this particular sample, I had a small amount of activity, what's called a Y type. And males have an XY, females have two X's or just an X is what you see. In this sample, I saw a large amount of X that would have come obviously from the victim in this case, then just a small amount of DNA that indicated there was some male DNA present, but only the Y. No other types came up.
What about the right side of the gun cylinder?
That was a single source profile that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
And what about the blood that was on the inside of the gun barrel, just inside the muzzle?
Same as previous, that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
I'd like to move to what's been previously marked as People's 66, if we could. And while that's coming up on the overhead, did you also receive ammunition that came from the Colt Cobra?
Yes.
And were you able to collect samples from that ammunition?
Yes.
What was your purpose what samples did you collect and what purpose? And for what purpose?
The samples I collected for the live rounds that you see in that picture, which would be the 5 rounds on the right, those are unexpended cartridges. In other words, those bullets haven't been fired, so they're intact. And what I collected was I took a swab, actually 2 swabs, and I swabbed the exposed bullet portion that included the lead, which is at the very tip, and the copper jacket that's here. I took extra precaution to not swab or to any of the cartridge case. That's part of it. And the reason I did that, again, Dr. Harold and I did this together side by side, was we knew that the rounds or the cases were going to go to latent prints for fingerprint development. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't smear or ruin any possible fingerprints where you would normally touch those cartridges, which would be the case itself. So I only sampled the bullet part of those live rounds.
Yeah. I'll borrow this real quick, and I'll bring it right back. So if there was a suggestion, Mr. Renteria, that any from this area, the of cartridges, incorrect. Is that right?
That's
These areas down here for any DNA. Is that right?
that's right.
You limited your testing tips of each bullet where there was identifiable blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you, before we get any further, I'm going to show you another photograph that's of an actual exemplar gun, not the actual gun in this case, but an exemplar 38 Colt Cobra. People's next in order, Your Honor, would be
98.
Do you see the, well, just handle this back to you, I've got about it. Do you see the gun that appears to be facing the camera in People's 98?
Yes.
Do you see these areas of exposed, or these exposed areas that I'm pointing to right here, these 4 exposed areas?
Yes.
What are those?
That would be the exposed portion of the bullet from a live cartridge.
Do those appear to be hollow point bullets?
Yes.
Do those appear to be consistent with the types of bullets that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
All right. And understanding that this is an example, this is not the actual gun or the bullets, but this is an example, interested in the leading edge of those exposed bullets.
Yes, it does.
Why?
Well, we wanted, both Dr. Harold and I, again, looking for blood stains to do future DNA work on. We wanted to sample different areas of the gun, which would include the exposed portion of the bullets that were actually still in the cylinder when the gun was actually found. So that's the reason we just focused on the exposed bullet part and not the case or the very bottom part of the bullet, the primary.
A matter of housekeeping, Mr. Dixon, this should have been 99 with
All
the
right.
court's permission. I apologize.
Sorry, I did indeed miss that was marked, so we'll take care of that. Thank you.
Oh, it's my fault. All right, for the record, so that the record is clear, what we've been talking about during your explanation, Mr. Renteria, is People's 99. It was an example of a gun, the camera, correct?
Yes.
Loaded with what appeared to be hollow, correct?
Yes.
All right, Sudi, can we? Okay. Now we're back looking at People's, what's been previously marked as People's 60s. You indicated that you did take swabs from the tip or leading edge of those 5 live rounds, correct?
Yes.
Were DNA such extract, were able to and compare those profiles or that profile to the known exemplars of Lana Clarkson?
Profile I obtained from that sample, and again, all 5 cartridges were sampled because it was a very small area and a very small amount of blood that Dr. Harold was able to identify microscopically. All 5 of them were sampled onto the same swabs. Then those 2 swabs were extracted together. And this is what we do a lot when we have a very small type of sample where we need to use all of it if we are going to get results. So that's what I analyzed. And the major profile from that sample, 1C, as in Charlie, is how we identified it, was consistent or matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson. exception, and that's why I said the major profile. There was one DNA type at one DNA marker that was foreign to Lana Clarkson and also foreign to Phil Spector in this case. So it was one type at one marker in this particular sample.
All right, so it appeared that there was some background DNA, very, very weak, that may have or did belong to somebody other than Lana Clarkson or Phil Spector.
Yes.
I believe, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, like we described earlier, background DNA would be, if I sampled this area of the witness stand, there may be DNA on this surface that we would call background DNA, just from people talking in this general area. And if there was a blood stain that came after that, and I did analysis, got let's say a major profile from whoever the blood donor was, there's a chance I could pick up some background DNA that was there originally before the blood was deposited.
One of the things that I haven't asked you, and I think the numbers are so big that it's hard for us to kind of conceive of them, but I should go ahead and ask you, based on these profiles, in your business, is there a frequency often done to determine how rare that particular DNA is?
Yes.
If that's a safe way to say that.
Yeah, that's an adequate way to say it, for us to determine how rare or how common a particular DNA profile is in the general population.
Right.
We have a calculation that's called a frequency of occurrence.
And the frequency of occurrence estimate for Ms. Clarkson, and let's go back to, for instance, you indicated that all the blood that you sampled on the gun was consistent with Ms. Clarkson's. Is that correct?
Yes,
Except for the portions that were too small to amplify. Is that right?
that's correct.
And what was the frequency of occurrence estimate for Ms. Clarkson's major DNA profile?
Again, if I may refer to my notes. Yes, for the gun, I was able to get, full DNA profile. And for Ms. Clarkson, those particular blood stains, the frequency of occurrence would be 1 out of 114 quadrillion with a Q. A quadrillion is a very big number. It's basically 1 with 15 zeros after it. And as a comparison, a billion with 1 with 9 zeros after it. So it's larger than a billion. The word we use for that number is.
With regard to and was that the same frequency of occurrence estimate that you got from the major profile concerning the DNA from the tips of the bullets?
Yes.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 82 for identification. Tell me if you recognize one or more of the items depicted here, specifically item C, as in Charlie. I'm sorry, photograph C. I should be more specific. That brandy snifter.
Yes, that's an item that was collected by one of the investigators at the crime scene. I did not collect that myself. It was collected by them and then eventually submitted to the crime lab for analysis, which I performed on that particular item.
And let's go ahead and, you've talked us through the extraction and amplification process. I just kind of want to get down to the brass tacks as we walk through the rest of these items. And if I say something incorrectly or ask an inartful question, I'll rely on you to fix this. With regard to that brandy snifter, were you able to get DNA off that brandy snifter?
Yes.
And were you able to come up with any results?
Yes.
What were the results?
If I again refer to my report, I apologize. There's a lot of items here. I just want to make sure I get them all straight.
No problem.
Yeah, that particular, he gave an item number 15, which is the brandy snifter. And that gave a mixed profile, consistent with 2 individuals. And both Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector are included as possible donors to that particular mixed profile.
Were you able to determine who the major donor is versus the minor donor?
Yes, I believe I was. In that particular sample, the major donor was Phil Spector in that particular case.
And the minor donor, Lana Clarkson.
That's correct.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 84 for identification. Tell me if you recognize that item. Again, depicted in A with the red square and enlarged in photograph B of People's 84, the brandy snifter in the bathroom.
Yes, that was another brandy snifter that was collected by the investigators from the same bathroom where we talked about the other items of evidence.
Including the bloody rag or diaper.
That's correct.
Did you receive that glass brandy snifter at the lab?
Yes.
Did you collect DNA samples from that glass brandy snifter?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to get a profile?
Yes.
And what were the results?
Basically the same results as I previously described for the other glass. It was consistent with 2 DNA donors. Both Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector are consistent with being the contributors. And again, for this particular sample, Phil Spector was the major donor on that particular item.
And I'm going to ask to go back one more time to what's been previously marked as People's 82 and ask you about a ginger ale bottle. Well, Sudhi is putting that on the overhead. Did you also receive a ginger ale bottle at the lab?
Yes, I did.
Did you see that at the crime scene?
Yes.
And that was in the living room?
That's correct.
Next to the other brandy snifter, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to collect DNA from the ginger ale bottle?
Yes, I was.
And what, in fact, were the results of that DNA analysis?
Again, let me refer to my report. That item, the ginger ale bottle was given item number. It was also consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Both Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector are possible contributors to that mixture.
Who was the major donor?
In that particular case, I was not able to determine a major or minor. All I was able to do was with the types I detected on that mixture, both Phil Spector and Lana Clarkson contributed that were on that item.
Going back to door, you've already told us about having swabbed the latch bolt assembly as well as the knob. Now I want to talk about the analysis that you engaged in. Were you able to obtain any profiles from the blood that you swabbed off the latch bolt and or the doorknob inside?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that, please? What were the results?
On both the items, 20A, which was the latch bolt, and 20B, which was the actual doorknob, was consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. And in both cases, Lana Clarkson was the major donor on those particular samples.
And those samples were specifically samples of blood, correct?
Correct.
And I should go back because I may have glossed over this a little bit and left somebody confused. With regards to the 2 brandy snifters in the ginger ale bottle, you did not see visible blood on those items, correct? The DNA analysis that you engaged, for lack of a better word, onto those items?
Well, actually, those particular items, and items like that, what we would focus on, because they had gone through the latent print examination before I received them, is we were focusing on the area of each of those items where one would the drinking. So on senses, that DNA is mostly in the lip area of the individuals who were drinking from those items.
All right. With regard to the, we've gone through so many of these, I simply can't remember, Mr. Renteria. Did I ask you about the results from the latch bolt and the doorknob yet?
No.
Okay. How about if I ask you that?
Okay. Both items, again, consistent with a mixture of 2 people. The major is Lana Clarkson. And on 20A, the latch bolt, the minor contributor consistent with originating from. And for 20B, the minor alleles detected in that sample, again, consistent with originating from Phil Spector. With one, at one DNA marker, there was a DNA type that Phil Spector nor Lana Clarkson have in their reference sample. So it would have been from somebody else. It wasn't a good quality DNA type for us to say, absolutely it's there. And when that happens, we use the term inconclusive. It could be there, I'm not sure, but there's enough evidence to just put it in the report so people could see there's a possibility, there's another allele or type could have come from somebody else.
All right. And that could have been there for, you don't time these items, correct? In other words, there's no time frame for DNA to just evaporate, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that could have been left there by a maid or another friend or whatever in that foyer area at some point, not even relevant to February 3rd, 2003. Am I correct?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 61. We've previously marked this rail, and we've talked about your collection of the handrail, of the blood from the handrail. Now I want to talk about your analysis real quick. Were you able to get a DNA profile from the blood transferred onto that handrail?
Yes.
And what were the results? What were your findings?
That DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
And she was the sole donor?
Yes.
And she was the only major contributor?
She's the only contributor.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense. It's been a long. All right, let's move to what's been previously marked as P3. I want to draw your attention back to the eyelashes that you indicated were recovered at the scene inside that foyer area, and ask you about those eyelashes. Same question, were you able to obtain any DNA profiles from those eyelashes?
Again, if I may refer my notes.
Please, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was able to extract enough DNA to do a DNA typing, and the types are consistent with a mixture of two individuals on the eyelashes. They were sampled onto one swab, again, because it's a small item. We weren't sure how much material was there. I didn't see any visual blood on those items, so I was going more for any cells that might be present on those false eyelashes. So they consistent with two individuals, both Lana Clarkson and Phil Spector.
Okay.
Are consistent with being of that particular mixture.
Determination as to who the major donor versus the minor donor was.
Yeah, that particular Lana Clarkson was consistent with being the major donor to that mixture.
All right. On that note, we will take our recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we will come back this afternoon. I have a motion to hear at 1:30. So for your purposes, 1:45, and the witness is instructed to return at 1:45. Counsel will be back at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Off of her face? What in the world? Okay, so they were her lashes. That's weird. Okay, so this is outside the presence of the jury. And it's Mr. Weirdo. I don't like this attorney. Well, I don't like any of the defense attorneys. This one especially, though. He creeps me out. I don't know why I find this man so creepy. I just do.
The parties are present is here to floor with the exception of the jurors and the alternates, and the witness is not present. Mr. Rosen, you wanted to...
Stop buffering. Why do you keep... Fix it.
The parties are present is here to floor with the exception of the juror and the alternates, and witness is not present. You wanted to...
This was all occurring, and I think the genesis of all of the issues goes back to the situation that we first found out about regarding Gregory Diamond. As I understand, and I won't recapitulate each and every fact. It doesn't have to be chapter and verse because we're all very familiar with it. But as we understand it, Mr. Diamond solicited himself to the DA's office through Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Jackson passed him on to, as I understand it, some Los Angeles County homicide officers, Vic Petroncini, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name at the moment. And then, as I understand it from there, of course, it was brought to you, and you, Your Honor, passed it on to Ms. Levinson, who served as a special master. This was all occurring apparently during the course of voir dire, or during the course of opening, or there shortly thereafter. No one in the defense team knew anything about this. Mr. Jackson didn't contact us. Nobody from the prosecution team contacted us. The court didn't contact us. None of us knew about any of this until it was finally exposed in court to everybody. There was no notification to the defense. We feel that although the court and Mr. Jackson believed that this was the appropriate way should have been handled, we felt that no, that wasn't the appropriate way it should have been handled. We should have been notified because, generally speaking, anytime a special master is appointed in a situation like this, there are situations where special masters are appointed where one side has no information about it or the other. But in this instance, where we were already down the road and we had started the trial and certain tactical decisions had been made by the defense, what it did was it really disadvantaged us. And so although the court felt that this was the proper procedure, with great respect, we disagree with the court. We felt that we should have been notified of that at the time that this was happening, since the special master had been appointed. This also somewhat dovetails into the search warrant issue. Regarding the search warrant issue, as the court knows and as we found out, we were in the middle of trial. Prosecution decided to want to have access to Mr. Spector's home. And as a result, it availed itself of the legal process of a search warrant. We felt that because you are, in fact, the trier for this case, you are the judge in this case, that this properly would have been better handled by it being assigned out to one of your colleagues or another bench officer due to the fact that, A, we were in the middle of trial, and B, this information, as we understand it, was presented to you under the impression, or the court was led to have the impression, that this was going to be used, this information, to rebut Dr. Lee. And Dr. Lee, of course, hasn't been called in this case. We aren't even at that yet. We haven't even finished the government's case. We're not even close to the defense case. That gets me to the third issue, which is Sarah Kaplan. I think that we don't need to spend a lot of time recapitulating and reconstructing all of what Ms. Kaplan said. But there are 3 or 4 points that I think bear repeating. First of all, most importantly, she said she never saw anything taken from the scene. 2, she never said that what she saw was an acrylic piece of material. 3, what she did say she saw was that she didn't know what it was. She didn't even know if it was, in fact, picked up or taken from the scene at all. And finally, and most importantly, according to my notes, she described it as a whitish material, irregular in shape or jagged in shape, the size of a whole nail. And I think at that point, she held up her thumb, if I remember. That I may be in error about, but I thought she did that. Not a small piece, which is the piece in controversy. I think what's happened is that has led the court to assume something else. And I think the court has made that assumption based on this testimony that Dr. Lee has in fact done something wrong. And it's the defense position yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and forevermore that Dr. Lee didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong based on this testimony by Sarah Kaplan. And Also, I might add as a footnote, the court has stated on the record that it finds Ms. Kaplan, of all the individuals that testified in the out of the presence hearing,
Well, guess what? It has gone down in history that he did.
to be the most credible. Now, that brings up a sub-issue, which is we understood through the government's representations that this particular subject matter was not going to be allowed in the case in chief, but was going to be held off for rebuttal. It seems now that what the court has done is now permitting the government to bring this evidence in their case in chief. And I think that shows that it kind of gets back to, not kind of, it does, it gets back to that original, what we consider to be an improper contact. The whole satellite issue surrounding the original contact of Gregory Diamond with the DA's office and then having it handled the way that it was. It seems to me that that serves as the foundation to get us to the question of the privilege. And Mr. Spector has been absolutely crystal clear on this. He has never, ever agreed to waive the privilege in this case. Now, I know we do have some issues that we're going to address at a later time, but I think we can talk about them, at least for purposes of this mistrial motion. First and foremost, Mr. Spector was not present at that hearing. As I recall, he was 977A, and that, of course, is an issue that the court has asked both sides to brief and address. Two, even if he wasn't present, he never authorized anybody in this room who represents him, and nobody in this room as part of the defense team did ever represent to this court that we had authority to waive it. There seems to be a sub-issue here, which keeps appearing on the landscape, and that is who called Ms. Kaplan. I try to reconstruct this with my colleagues, and what we believe happened was the court had indicated that it didn't matter to the court who called Ms. Kaplan, just that we get her here as a witness. And it was ordered in that way. In other words, I think I asked the court whose witness, or I asked of Mr. Dixon whose witness it should be, and the court said it doesn't matter, we just want her here so we can have her testify. So it wasn't that we brought her as a voluntary witness, which somehow I think the government has taken the position that this opens a door to allow this flood of evidence to come in. No, we brought her here. We didn't bring her here. She was ordered here by this court. And as the court indicated, I don't think the court at that time, when we had that hearing, was concerned with who called her. That's not where we were. That was not the focus on that particular issue. Another point on a different subject is the idea of this subpoena. And I know I've addressed this previously, the subpoena that was issued for Dr. Lee. It was the procedures were not properly followed for an interstate subpoena. It didn't comport with cricket, so to speak. And what I mean by that is it wasn't cricket. In other words, they didn't do it the way it was supposed to be done. It's a very complicated process, and it requires judicial intervention and judicial approval. It wasn't done. It was just faxed on a machine. The DA suffered no sanction as a result of that. I think that what has to be kept here in mind is that there is certainly a balancing process, but there is certainly a concern that all bench officers need to have to see that the defendant receives a fair trial and that Mr. Spector receives all of his rights under the Equal Protection Clause and the Due Process Clause. And we believe that this establishes somewhat of a pattern that he has not been getting the full benefit of his equal protection and due process rights. And finally, I just wanted to indicate that even this morning, when we were talking about the issue of the government's motion about Ms. Gibson, Dr. Lee, and Mr. Pavlik, the court indicated, when I spoke to the court responded by saying, well, it seems that it's salacious and only being introduced to dirty up the victim. And I think that this indicates that the court is feeling evidence that it hasn't even heard. And of course, I know not the universe, but I know the universe of the expected testimony. I don't know the universe of Ms. Gibson, obviously. And I'm in a much better position to assess that than the court. But the court is making a judgment when it says that, and it's not making a judgment with all of the facts in front of it. It's not just for the, I'm somewhat reluctant to use this term, but I'll say the most obvious of reason, but maybe it is, because it may have a lot to do with Ms. Clarkson's state of mind regarding what happened that early morning hours, whether or not there was an accident, whether or not there was a suicide, regarding this self-inflicted gunshot wound, based upon economic considerations, which already is in evidence before this jury. So I'm going to ask the court to look at all of these issues together and understand that it is the defense team's position that because of all this, we feel that Mr. Spector's equal protection and due process rights have been compromised. We're going to ask for a mistrial based on these arguments and ask the court to consider all that we've said in terms of it stemming from this whole thing that started with this Gregory Diamond incident. And finally, there was one other thing. In speaking with my colleagues, Your Honor, and this is a little bit of a side note, but as long as I'm here, I'd like to address it. We understand that Lynn Harold indicated that there was that super glue fume had been applied in terms of the holster, which is a printing process. We also understand, I was told, I wasn't here this morning, but I was told that Mr. Renteria testified that the cartridges had been printed, the cartridges for the weapon. And 3, Lynn Harold also in the grand jury stated that the gun had been printed. We have no notes, we have no reports. It's just impossible. That can't happen. I mean, I've never seen that where it happens in a murder case or in a case such as this. And also, it would seem that there's a very strong possibility that maybe, and I'm not suggesting something here, but I would like the prosecution to respond to this. Maybe it's because there's some Brady material in there. I don't know. But you know that the holster was printed, the cartridges were printed, the gun was printed, and in speaking with Ms. Kenny Bott and Mr. Plord, who are handling the science side of this case, we have come to learn, I have come to learn, that there's not even one single raw note on this, let alone a formal report. And I've never seen such a thing in a case where a 187 is being charged. I recognize that's a little separate from the mistrial, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to bring that to the court's attention. And we would ask the court to inquire of the government in regards to these 3 items that were printed. Where are we? Why haven't we received any discovery on that? Thank you.
Thank you. People wish to be heard.
If you'd like me to, Your Honor. I don't really know where to start in this. Responding to this motion is it's not fair. This just isn't fair, kind of motion for new trial, but I'll try with respect to the Greg Diamond issues in the ex parte. I mean, the court knows the history of this, and I'll repeat it briefly again. It wasn't just Mr. Jackson. There was a number of us, including myself and Rick Ocampo, sitting in my office. The phone rings, I answer it. Person that turns out to be Greg Diamond asked us to talk to Alan Jackson. We put him on the speakerphone. As soon as, within moments, he says, I used to work for Bob Shapiro. We scream at him, stop. We don't want to talk to you about anything until you listen to what we have to say. We don't want to hear any privileged material. If you want to talk to us, he kept saying that, then we got his phone number, and that ended it. We got his phone number. We said, somebody will contact you, and that ended it. No one in that room heard any privileged material. The court then knows what happened. We came to the court with a motion asking special master to be appointed. We contacted, after, I believe, telling the court, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles City Police Department, not LA County Police, as Mr. Rosen suggested. And we did that for a specific purpose because LAPD had nothing to do with this case. And detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division contacted, apparently, Greg Diamond. They went through the special master, and it came to you. And the next thing that we heard about this, literally, the next time we heard about this is where took the bench and announced the information that the court had received from the special master in this case. We did not have any contact at all with respect to the substance of what Greg Diamond said to the LAPD officers at all. I've never talked to him about that. And so I don't know how we could be any more standoffish and try to protect Mr. Spector's rights with respect to his privileges, attorney-client privileges, than that. In fact, there were people in my office who suggested maybe we could build our own kind of wall, dirty clean team within the office. And Mr. Jackson and I were very definite in rejecting that idea because we did not want to have even the appearance of a problem. With respect to Sarah Kaplan, just a couple observations. It sounds more like Mr. Rosen is making an objection relevancy here. Relevancy. She didn't say anything that has anything to do with this case. Well, the court's already heard and considered that issue. The court, based on your ruling, as I understand it, decided that she does have something relevant here to say, and it's not protected by a privilege. And although the defense may disagree with the court's ruling, that's it. And we've even talked about whether we can put this in our case in chief or wait for rebuttal. We argued that motion and the court agreed with the prosecution that we could do it in this fashion. And although I don't think it really probably matters who initially called her, I will ask the court to recall that we were sitting in chambers and Mr. Plord said that we want to call Sarah Kaplan because we want her to clear her name based on the testimony that had been heard in that hearing with respect to Greg Diamond. They called her. Mr. Jackson cross-examined her. I think that pretty much covers it. It seems to me if there's a complaint about the search warrant, the proper way to deal with this is to run the appropriate motions. I don't know if a motion for new trial really covers that. I just don't see anything here that rises to the level of stopping this trial and starting all over again. Submitted.
Thank you. If I fail to respond to something, it doesn't mean that I accept the defense's position. I just made a few notes because I really don't think this is a very good motion for a mistrial, but there's some things that need to be addressed. You mentioned Dr. Lee and the way the prosecution subpoenaed him. Had you wanted to not have him testify, and if he wanted to make a motion to quash a subpoena, that should have been done. It wasn't. It's real simple. It's never raised before the court. He testified. There was no motion to quash the subpoena. I'm not going to discuss Ms. Kaplan's issues because those are still ongoing, and I don't think it's appropriate to do without her counsel being present, except for the part about the discussion as to how Ms. Kaplan got here. That is not my recollection. We were in chambers. We were discussing basically how the motion was going to proceed and what witnesses should be called, and Ms. Kaplan wasn't the only witness who was discussed. My recollection, as I said, you call the witnesses you want to call. I didn't order her to be here. That's certainly, she's never been formally ordered, and it's certainly not my recollection as that's what happened in chambers. So I have to disagree with you on that. As far as the search warrant is concerned, a search warrant either has probable cause or it doesn't. You have presupposed that the only relevance is to rebut Dr. Lee. That's not true. That wouldn't actually be a grounds for a search warrant. One of the things that a search warrant is issued for is when there's evidence of a crime, and it's whether or not the affidavit is sufficient. Mr. Plord has already told the court on behalf of the defense and told the defense that he intends to file a motion when it's appropriate to suppress anything that was seized. In this case, I believe it would be observations pursuant to that search warrant. The time to address that is when that motion is heard. Going back just for a moment to Ms. Kaplan, and actually I've lost that thought for a second, so I'll see if it comes back. Unfortunately, there's so many thoughts going around that they're easy to lose. But in any event, you certainly, as to Mr. Diamond and the appointment of the special master, that was done in an appropriate fashion. The fact that you don't like it or you don't agree with it, I don't know any other way it could have been handled or should have been handled or would be appropriate to handle. So certainly that's not a grounds for a motion for a mistrial. If you have a discovery issue you want to raise, that this is not the time to do it, it would be better raised at an appropriate time. I just want to address the motion because the jury is waiting. So in my mind, you certainly have not even come close to stating grounds for a motion for a mistrial. The motion is denied. Ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor. I would simply point out that if counsel wishes to look on page 324 and on page 731, respectively, of their discovery, which they've had since the beginning of this case, you'll see the reports on the gun, the holster, and the cartridges concerning Prince.
Okay. The thought that I had overlooked it had to, I just lost it again. I need to start writing these things down. It'll come back to me. In any event, if we're ready to proceed, let's proceed. Call Mr. Renneria. Okay. All right.
Why don't I take care of a little bit of housekeeping, Your Honor, before we get started with the actual testimony. I have, I think, 7 documents that I'd like to have marked as people's next in order. People's 100,
All right.
101, 4, 106. According to the lab of the chip we've earlier discussed,
Okay.
various angles of those lab photos, or various angles of the chair. When we left off, Mr. Interior, I think we had finished talking about the eyelashes that you had found and recovered on the back of the toilet tank. The results that you got, in fact, included a mixture donation from Ms. Clarkson and a minor donation by Mr. Spector. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to the armchair. And Ms. Sahab. This is, and I'll keep you informed as to what number we're talking about. This has been previously marked.
I just had a thought, and it's really creepy. What if he was trying to, like, be all romantic, and he was like, oh, you're so beautiful, you don't need these, and he was, like, taking them off of her and being all like, why do you wear these? You don't need these. You're beautiful without these. Ugh. Why did I think that? Now that's going to be stuck in my head. Ew.
Just People's 100. Do you recognize the 2 photographs in People's 100?
Yes.
And I want to orient the jurors as best we can to this chair. So I'm going to mark several different items, or several different photographs, and ask you to orient the jurors to what it is that they're looking at concerning this chair. Do you recognize this particular chair?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is the chair that Ms. Clarkson was seated in.
Okay.
And it has the blood stains on the right side.
The copious amount of staining on the right side of the chair, both on the seat and on the back, and what appears to be on the right armrest and flowing off of the cushion on close to the right armrest. Is that all the staining that you were interested in when you were doing analysis on this chair?
Yes.
All right. Did you put those green markers, the little green arrows that you earlier described, placing on Ms. Clarkson's slip dress, and I think on portions of her jacket? Did you also put those green arrows on this chair?
Yes, I did.
To indicate where you were going to take samples from?
Yes.
Take a look at People's 101, if you will. Is this also a photograph of that same chair?
Yes. Side view. Yes.
Photograph A is the left side view.
Correct.
Photograph B is the right side view, correct?
That's correct.
Take a look at People's 102. And for instance, in photograph A, that's the right side view with a little red arrow indicating the right armrest. Do you see a highlighted portion of that armrest in People's 102, photograph B?
Yes.
And do you see a green arrow basically in the center of that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Does that indicate one of the places that you sampled the blood, or what you believe to be blood staining?
That's correct.
Take a look at People's 103. Do you see the full view of the chair on the left from front on photograph A?
Yes.
You see a red arrow that is, that's digitally placed on that chair, correct? That
Correct.
red arrow? All
That's
right.
correct.
Then the little green arrow in photograph B, you actually physically placed that arrow on the chair, correct?
Correct.
Do you see that very small stain, the little black stain?
Yes.
It looks black on this photograph. I'm assuming it was red, yes?
Yeah, reddish brown. in
Okay.
color.
Could you highlight that with your laser pointer, please, and show the jurors what it was you were sampling at that location?
At the very end of the point of the green arrow is a very small, which at that time was a reddish brown sample.
All right. So some of the samples that you were taking were extremely small and in diameter, correct?
Correct.
And they were located on the fabric or on other portions of the chair, either the wood or the fabric.
That's correct.
Take a look at People's 104 for identification. Do you see the chair in profile in photograph A?
Yes.
And you see the blood staining on the armrest, the right armrest in photograph B?
Yes, I do.
And People's 105 for identification? Again, the chair in profile with a digital arrow pointing toward the backside or the backside of the right armrest. Do you see that?
Yes, it's pointing to the right arm.
Okay. And do you see the green arrow with, it looks like it's an upside down ruler in photograph B as well?
Yes.
What area of the chair is that?
That is actually on the rear facing side of the right arm bracket. If you look at this right arm, there's a piece of wood that extends from the horizontal side down to the side of the chair. And this particular stain, 40-2, was on the rear facing side of that particular bracket.
Okay, so, and this maybe it appears it is my fault. I must have looked at this photograph incorrectly, where I've indicated a digital red arrow is not the proper place that red arrow should be, indicating where you took the stain from, correct? Or where you saw stain?
Correct.
Okay, so that we're very clear and nobody's misled, could you show the jurors exactly where that stain should be, and then I can answer to this exhibit pursuant to your, as a matter of fact, on our approach with the court's permission, People's 105, and ask Mr. Renteria to point to with a pen and maybe mark on photograph A the correct place for that stain. Is that okay?
Yes.
Go ahead and get rid of the red-sized arrow and put in your ink a proper indication of where blood stains are coming from and where you sampled it.
Okay, I'll just scribble out the red arrow and put in this blue color ink approximately where that stain was taken.
Okay. Let's do it almost. The jurors can see. And it's fine. All right. That's... Can we freeze that? Okay, so you've indicated on People's 105 for identification, you've crossed out or marked out the red arrow that was incorrectly placed and put a blue arrow close to the kind of the largest stain in photograph A on the seat area that's visible in that photograph, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And the junction between the lower portion of the armrest and that cushion is where you're indicating 40-2 came from, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I mean, if to orient, to get a better, if you took the B photo
Sure.
and rotated that a quarter turn so that this brace here was actually facing up and down, that would correspond better to get an idea of where that stain actually is located.
Okay, so let's do that.
Yeah, okay. Now it's like you're standing behind the chair, looking forward. So this would be the rear side of that front base. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
So on this chair, so people can see it, if this bracket, the black bracket represented the way that armchair's front bracket went down, it would be the rear side of that black bracket, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, and taking a look at People's 106 for identification. View A and B.
Yeah.
And red in photograph A, indicating the kind of the junction of where the back meets the cushion, the seating cushion toward the right side of the chair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the green arrow is your arrow marked 40-4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I get this arrow at least close to the right spot?
Yes, you did.
All right, so one mistake out of 7, that's not too bad. All right, we can live with that. Now that the jurors have an idea of what it was that you were doing with the chair, explain exactly how you took those samples from the chair and what you did with them and what the results were.
Well, for this particular item, obviously the victim was still the blood that was coming from the right side of her jacket. It was almost a fluid to the chair. So there was no question that the lung in that particular wound. So what we tried to do in this particular case is look for areas of the chair away from the big bloody areas, just in case somebody else may have been bleeding. So we're looking for smaller blood stains that aren't in the bigger pool, and just to make sure that all of that blood could go back or match Lana Clarkson in this case. So we picked 4 stains from those different areas that kind of met that criteria.
What were the results of your DNA analysis?
Well, on one of the stains, I got no DNA back at all. So there's no results on that particular sample. And on 3 of the 4, all the stains were consistent with a single donor, and the results I did obtain are consistent with the DNA profile originating from Lana Clarkson's reference sample.
And with regard to the areas that you did test and came up with results, you marked those 40-1, 40-2, 40-3, and 40-4, correct?
Correct.
And 40-3 is the area in which you got no DNA results, correct?
That's correct.
But 1, 2, and 4, you did in fact get a result.
Yes.
And was Lana Clarkson the sole donor profiled in those results?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Alternate number 2, could you use some water? Okay. You may proceed.
Sure, Your Honor. Just to make sure, the profiles resulting from area 1, 2, and 4 all were solely Lana Clarkson, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's next in order, Your Honor.
107.
People's 107. Mr. Spector's jacket taken in the studio. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the white or beige jacket that was found in the dressing room on the floor that Robert Kyle had collected and I had brought back to the laboratory.
Did you examine the jacket, Mr. Interior?
Yes.
Again, there appear to be red arrows and some green arrows. The green appear to be washed out by this particular lighting in this courtroom, but for some reason they are very difficult to see. Are there in fact green arrows that appear on this garment as well?
Yes.
And what are the differences between the red arrows and the green arrows that we're looking at?
Again, like the other ones I talked about, Harold emerged of the reconstruction examination, and this was one of the items that she red arrow microscopically through the scope looking at this gave her a indication that blood was present. That she would put down a red arrow. Then we got it ready to go to photography. We took it to the photo studio. And once we were at it happened at the photo studio before we brought it down.
Did you in fact collect several samples from the jacket for DNA testing?
You initially marked the jacket with 7 different green arrows. My objective was to collect stains on the different areas of the jacket that had the blood stains on it, those different areas, and I came up with 7 areas.
And those 7 areas we define 18 B through H.
Yes,
B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
correct.
Okay. During the sampling process, what did you find?
Well, after it was photographed, and of course that was after I put the green arrows down, one of the things we do on this type of evidence is we'll check, I will check the particular areas of interest with the sterile swab, some sterile water, a bit of the stain. Obviously, I don't want to stain up, otherwise EM test, which is a presumptive blood test we use a couple reagents with. And as I was doing that, 2 of the 7 stains, now these are, most of these are very, very small stains, like a millimeter or less in diameter. 2 of those original 7 did not yield a KM positive result. In other words, I wasn't able to show with my chemicals that that stain had enough blood on it. Now, again, I already testified that Dr. Harold had identified those same stain as blood, but she did it microscopically, which is a different way of looking at it. I'm not trained looking at blood stains microscopically, but she is. And she told me that those are in fact blood. Now,
And the microscopic examination, although you're not trained to do that, and Dr. Harold is, your understanding of the microscopic examination is that she actually looks at the makeup of the item in question, correct?
that's correct.
As opposed to a KM test, which is a liquid reagent, and you're trying to dab it on the stain to see if it changes the color of the swab, correct?
Correct.
Is it safe to say in your experience that a microscopic at the cellular level examination of a stain is much more accurate than, for instance, a dabbing of a KM swab?
It doesn't have the familiarity with the other tests, it appears, unless you lay a foundation, if that's correct.
I'll ask another question, Your Honor. Did you have any quarrel with the idea or with the fact that you found out, in fact, that 2 of the stains that you KM tested, the edges of them or the tiny amount that you described, if they came back negative, did you have any quarrel with the idea that Dr. Harold had previously looked at those stains on a cellular microscopic level and determined that they were in fact blood?
No.
Same foundation.
Overruled. He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
Okay. So what happened after, I believe it was 19D and 19H that came out that did not render a positive result in your KM test, your presumptive test, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do then?
Well, there were some stains on the jacket. To me, I was not able to get a positive KM. And again, I believe my opinion is because of the size of that stain. I chose 2 stains in the general area of where that one stain was.
Okay.
And it was basically on the upper left chest area where the pointer is at this position here. One of these stains, I believe this is a green arrow here. That's the one where, with my small sampling, didn't give a KM positive, but there were some other stains adjacent to it. And those 2 stains, even though there's no green arrows in its place, are near the red arrows, and those stains gave a KM positive. And I ultimately cut those out and did DNA on those.
Okay. So how many in total, at the end of the day, how many in total stains did you test for DNA?
7.
Okay. Were you able to extract the DNA and amplify the DNA from those samples?
If I may refer to my report,
Sure.
real quick. Well, based on my report, I was able to get DNA from 6 of the stains. Okay.
And describe come as a single to whom?
were consistent with coming from a single donor, and the particular DNA profile from those 4 stains matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
And what about the other 2 stains, of the 6 that you were able to get results from?
Those 2 stains were consistent with the mixture of 2 individuals, where the major profile was consistent with Lana Clarkson, and the minor profile was consistent with originating from Phil Spector.
I'm going to ask you very briefly to take a look at people's next in order, which would be 108. 108. It appears to be the back, a single photograph of the back of that same jacket. Do you see a green arrow, kind of hard to see, on the right sleeve toward the back?
Yes, on the right sleeve near the elbow, there's a green arrow in this location, and it's pointing to a stain in which Dr. Harold microscopically identified blood, but the KM test that I did, because it was such a small stain, I believe, was negative.
All right, but that particular area, that particular stain was reviewed by Dr. Harold microscopically, to your understanding?
Yes, to my understanding,
and that was determined, yes. And you were informed that was determined to be blood on a cellular level?
Yes.
All right. People's next in order, Your Honor, is a
109.
Thank you. It's a 8.5 by 11 document bearing 2 photographs, A and B. It appears to be the inside and outside of a pair of black pants. Mr. Interior, do you recognize what's been marked as people's 109 A and B?
Yes.
How do you recognize those photographs?
This was a pair of pants that were collected that were reported to belong to Phil Spector.
And take a look at the following exhibit, Your Honor. This bears 3 photographs, and I'd like to have it marked as people's 110 for identification.
So marked.
Although, again, it's a little bit washed out, especially the top photograph. Do you recognize what's depicted in A, B, and C of people's 110?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
All these photos that we've been looking at, even though they're from far away, they have the DR number here and the item number, which obviously identifies them for the particular item. But this is a closer up picture of the pair of pants with, you're looking at the front pair of the pants, and the 2 front pockets have been pulled out. So now you're actually seeing the inside surface of those 2 front pockets.
All right.
And then B and D are just closer images of each of those pockets.
Is it your understanding when these were booked at the crime lab for analysis, these came from Phil Spector?
Yes.
These were the pants he was wearing?
Yes.
Taking a look specifically at photograph C, that's probably the easiest one to see at this point. Is photograph C an enlargement of the left side pants pocket of photograph A, depicted in photograph A?
Yes, the front left pants pocket.
Okay. And was there any analysis that you engaged in on that pocket area?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, and again, we found both Dr. Harold and I located these particular stains. There was actually more stains, but again, in real crime lab work, unlike the CSI show, we don't have the time or the resources to look at every single stain, but we want to get as many stains to get a representative area of actually what we're seeing. The major profile was consistent with the profile from Lana Clarkson, and the minor profile seen in those 2 mixed stains is consistent with originating from Phil Spector. Then 1 stain was consistent with originating from a single donor, and that matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson.
And in that particular stain, the last stain that you just described, there was no minor donor of Philip Spector, correct?
Correct.
Or no minor donor that the analysis showed.
That's right. It was consistent with a single source.
Okay. Finally, people's next in order, I believe it's people's 111.
That's correct.
It's an 8.5 by 11 document that bears 2 photographs, A and B, and it's entitled Curity Diaper. Do you recognize, Mr. Interi, the People's 111 and the photographs that are depicted in People's 111?
Yes.
How do you recognize those photographs?
It's, again, there's markers on the yardstick which indicate the DR number and item number. It also has red arrows and green arrows like depicted in the other items that shows where blood was present and items, certain areas that I collected to do DNA typing.
This is the same diaper that you talked about being next to the toilet in the downstairs bathroom.
That's correct.
It's just unfolded and photographed here, correct?
That's right.
What were the results of your analysis, your DNA analysis?
Again, if I may refer to my notes, I first of all collected, again, representative stains for that item. I collected a total of 4 stains from that particular item, and it's kind of difficult to see, but I believe I collected, there's a green arrow here, and I think a green arrow here, so 2 stains on one side, and then 2 stains on the other side of the diaper. And as far as the DNA results, three of those stains yielded a profile consistent with a single donor, and the results obtained from those 3 matched the DNA profile from Lana Clarkson. The 4th stain was consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals, the major donor being Lana Clarkson, and the only indication of a minor donor was the Y type at that one DNA marker we call amylogenin. So all that tells us is there's a little bit of male DNA present in the stain, but most of it, in fact, all the other DNA markers were matching Lana Clarkson.
And Mr. Interior, that's consistent, that single Y-type donor that you can't go any further with your analysis with. That's consistent with, for instance, what you found on the gun, the Colt Cobra, correct?
Correct.
You found of the stains that you were analyzing, the sole donor was Lana Clarkson, with the exception of a Y donor that you found underlying that, and you couldn't take the analysis any further, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk for just a second before we finish about that phenomenon, that concept, and I want to clear up any misconception that anybody might have. If a stain, and we're talking about tiny, tiny little stains that you can actually DNA, correct? You can actually profile vis-a-vis DNA, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we're not talking about the minimum stain being a little pool of blood the size of a quarter or a dime or a nickel.
That's correct. Very, very small. Yeah, we could have enough DNA to get types.
Okay, and you talked about 1 millimeter size diameter DNA, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Lewis.
You may.
I'm holding a piece of lead pencil from my mechanical pencil. And who knows how accurate it is, but this mechanical pencil lead, if you look at it straight on, supposedly is about 0.5 millimeter, 0.5 millimeters, based on what's written on that pencil. You're talking about stains this size and maybe a little bit bigger, correct?
That's right. If the stain is in good shape, and we're talking about a blood stain or even a semen stain, there would be sufficient amount.
So if you're looking at that piece of lead head on, that tiny, tiny little diameter, literally smaller or small as the lead of a pencil, of a very small pencil, that's the size stain you're talking about being able to extract and amplify and sometimes get DNA analysis from and profiles from, correct?
Correct.
we've talked about major donors and minor donors, and this is the area that I sort of want to clear up. For instance, with regard to the gun, there were stains on that gun, on that Colt Cobra, significantly larger than the diameter of the lead of that pencil that I just laid up there, correct?
Yes.
On the handrail, the transfer, what you believe to be transfer blood on that handrail was significantly larger than the tiny little droplets that we're talking about DNA being able to analyze, correct?
Correct.
The chair, obviously you looked at some very small stains, but even some of the smallest stains were larger than the diameter of that little pencil,
Correct.
that pencil lead, correct?
That's correct.
That goes for the diaper and the interior of the pocket of Mr. Spector's pants as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, the reason I bring those up is to ask you the following questions. Just because Lana Clarkson was the sole donor on the samples of certain parts of the blood, does that mean that nobody else on Earth touched or came in contact with those items, i.e. the handrail in Mr. Spector's house?
No, that doesn't mean that.
Explain that for us. Explain why there might be a circumstance in which you test for blood and you find a major donor, for instance, Lana Clarkson on that handrail, but you don't find a minor donor, for instance, Philip Spector. What is that phenomenon?
It all has to do with the amount of cells that are present on that particular item. If we talk about the handrail, that was a very large blood smear that was transferred onto it. So there were a lot of white blood cells that were present in that particular stain. Now, there could have been, of course, we don't know because we don't see it, there could have been other DNA from maybe other people or the individual living at the house that could have been on the handrail also, but the amount of cells just from touching something is far less than the amount of cells you would find in a very substantial blood stain. So what happens with the DNA technology that we use today, if you have an abundance of, let's say, person one, in this case, Lana Clarkson, if we're talking about the blood on the handrail, let's say we had 100 parts or 100 cells representing Lana Clarkson from her blood, and maybe just 1 or 2 cells from the individual, whatever individual had touched that particular handrail before. There's so much more cells from Lana Clarkson that during the amplification process that I talked about, all we're going to see at the very end is Lana Clarkson's DNA because it's just overwhelming the very small amount of cells from that second donor. So there could have been some trace cells from a second donor on any of these items, but at the very end, when we see the final result, all we see is a single source in a particular sample. It all has to do with the quantity that you have to start off with.
That you found on the blood sample that you took from the handrail, that you found Lana Clarkson's DNA profile as the sole donor in that blood sample, does that necessarily mean that Philip is not on that handrail?
It doesn't mean it. I didn't see his DNA, but it doesn't mean that there could have been a small amount of cells underlying that blood stain.
Right, and I'll ask you the same question with regard to the chair. That certain of the stains that you took from the chair, that they solely were the donation of Lana Clarkson, does that mean that Philip Spector's DNA is not on that chair somewhere?
No, the same answer as the previous.
With regard to the bloody diaper, there were certain of the stains that you took from that bloody diaper that were that you found the sole donor to be Lana Clarkson. Does that mean that Philip Spector's DNA does not appear anywhere on the diaper?
His DNA was not detected on that diaper.
Does that mean that his DNA is not on the diaper? Or does that simply mean that the samples that you took were so large or overwhelming that you may not have seen his DNA elsewhere?
That's right. That particular item also was an abundant amount of blood. And if there was a small amount of cells from Philip Spector, it would have been basically washed out during the amplification process.
All right. And I guess this one kind of goes without saying, but the interior of Mr. Spector's left front pants pocket, there were certain stains that you took from that sample the sole donor of which was Lana Clarkson, correct?
Correct.
Does that mean that Philip Spector's DNA was nowhere to be found in that left front pants pocket?
No, in fact, on one or two of the stains, his DNA was found
Okay, but
in that pocket.
I'm talking about the stains that came back, the sole donor of which was Lana Clarkson. Does that mean that there was no underlying, by necessity, that there was no underlying DNA from Philip Spector, or simply that it wasn't seen because of the amplification process?
That's correct. It wasn't detected.
And finally, with regard to the gun, the Colt Cobra, there were several samples taken, the sole donor of which was Lana Clarkson. Does that mean, and by the way, you indicated that there was a substantial amount of blood on that gun, correct?
Yes, on some of the areas we sampled, there was visually a lot of the red-brown material, which is what blood looks like when it dries on the gun.
A lot bigger stains than this little lead pencil, correct?
Yes.
Does the fact that certain of the stains, or the stains came back with a donor profile solely belonging to Lana Clarkson, does that mean scientifically that there was no DNA from Philip Spector underlying those stains?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Venturia.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to start sort of like what Mr. Jackson did and kind of compartmentalize your roles in this case. And the first role that you talked about is going to the crime scene, the death scene, as we call it. They call it the crime scene because you didn't know whether there was a crime or not when you went there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You went there to basically collect evidence. You were asked to do that, and you do it in a certain way. Is that correct?
That's right. To collect evidence and also make whatever observations that I would have made when I was at the scene.
Okay, and you make a record of that and have photographs taken and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, we do it two ways. Mainly, it's the photography, which is done by another person, and also note-taking that was done by myself and also Mr. Kyle.
Okay, and hands to show that there was blood on her hands, blood spatters?
The photographer was requested to take photos of her body in position, and I'm assuming he took photos of different areas on the body.
Did you see blood spatters on her hands?
I don't recall seeing it. I'm sorry.
On her wrists and her hands?
I don't recall seeing any.
Did you ever test any blood spatters that were recovered from her hands or wrists?
Yes, I believe I previously mentioned that there were 3 stains, 2 from the left wrist, 1 from the right wrist, that gave a positive KM. These are stains that are collected from by the coroner's criminalist, and they're brought into the laboratory. I tested them with the KM reagent. They were positive, and then eventually did DNA on those 3.
Okay. Now, Mr. Renteria, I wanted to talk about one of the aspects of the work as it relates to luminol. And if I hear Moni correctly, you went back to the scene after you were there the first day, then you went and did some luminol testing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to talk in general about what luminol is and what that does. If your testimony, are you an expert as to how sensitive luminol is, or is it something that you've just learned through your education and experience as a criminalist?
Objection, that assumes double negative. They're not mutually exclusive.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think the witness is able to answer, and you may answer.
My experience with luminol is from practical experience using it in the field, and also with training that I received early on in my career with those 2 types of tests.
In other words, you were told in your training that luminol can detect certain blood at certain dilutions, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Is there some standard dilution that it's like 1 in 10,000 it can detect?
Well, luminol, the way we use these presumptive blood tests in the field, my opinion is luminol is far more sensitive in picking up older blood stains or diluted blood stains, smaller blood stains than the KM test.
When you say diluted, are you saying stains that are like spread out? In other words, if there's a little speck of blood on this podium and I move my hand across it and you spray it with luminol, you might see the fact that it all luminesces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it also true that if the speck isn't spread out, that it might be harder to detect because it's all concentrated?
No, you would still see it with the luminol.
So in your evaluation that you did, you only saw, regarding the area around where Ms. Clarkson's body was, you only saw the luminescence of the two big blood spots that were on the carpeting. Is that true?
There were more stains that gave a positive luminol other than that.
Okay, so the foyer area that we're talking about, and maybe I should get a picture here if I could have a minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
We could have 1.180 put up, have this marked next in order.
Quadruple G. Quint, we're at 5. Let me see. You're correct.
5 Gs.
G to the 5th. How many zeros in quintillion again?
15.
I just
A
want
lot.
to keep that up. Well, the reason I'm asking, we may get there yet, but
18. I'm sorry, I said quintil.
it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Renteria, this is the area of the foyer that is basically what the area looked like when you were at the scene getting ready to do your luminol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is after Ms. Clarkson's body had been removed to the medical examiner's office. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and the area that you talked about, it said that there was some heavy blood stain right below the chair. And with this particular area, here, is that the heavy blood stain that you were talking about? The one that you say luminesced?
Yeah, that appears to be the heavy blood stain, which was directly below the purse, that luminesced with the luminol.
Now, did you, when you did this testing, was the chair already gone?
Yes, I had removed the chair the night before, the very first night that we were there.
Okay, so this testing would have been done without any of that furniture, well, this chair particularly, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was the other furniture also released or moved out?
No.
Now, on the carpeting around the chair, is it your testimony that this was the only stain that luminesced?
Yes.
Okay. There weren't other little specks around the front of the chair, over to the side, over to the left that luminesced at all? You didn't see any specks at all, is that correct?
No, that's correct. Directly in front of the chair, there was no.
No, you didn't see any to the except for the heavy stain. Is that true?
We're talking on the carpet. That's right. Directly to the right, directly to the left, and in the front of the chair, I got no positive reaction with luminol. The only positive reaction I did receive on the carpet was immediately inside the door, the south door, which would be about in this area on the photo. There was a large area that gave a positive luminol. However, going back to that area, what I determined, again, this is based on experience, it was there's a piece of metal that runs on the bottom of the door. I'm not sure what you call it, but it was actually, the door was low, the carpet was high, and every time it appeared that door was open, that piece of metal would rub on the fibers of the carpet. So you could see a pattern that looked like a big sweeping motion exactly where the door would rub. But it makes sense because luminol isn't specific for blood, number one. It actually reacts with metals. And when blood gives a positive reaction, it's actually reacting with the iron that is present in blood. This was metal on the carpet, so it would make what we do is we go back to the area, test a specific test, which is the KM, and that entire area that gave a positive luminol on the carpet, which was the swing of the door, was negative for blood. So at that point, I knew it wasn't blood.
And Mr. Renteria, when you did that KM test, then basically you didn't collect any samples from that area because that KM test told you something different than the luminol. Is that true?
Yes.
And what it told you was that it was not presumptively blood. There was another explanation for the luminol luminescing. Is that true?
Correct.
And is it also true that typically, and Mr. Kyle, you know Mr. Kyle, correct? You worked with him for a number of years.
Yes.
He talked about looking at things and sometimes seeing a stain that possibly could be blood, even sometimes looking like blood, but you do this KM test and it comes back negative. So same thing you do?
Yes.
Okay. And the Kasselmeyer test basically operates with several reagents, and one of those is a phenolphthalein type reaction that you're looking to try to determine whether some specifically is potentially blood. Is that true?
Yeah, the word phenolphthalein, which you brought up, is the chemical used in the KM test. It's the same test, and one of the chemicals that are part of the test.
It's more specific than luminol,
That's correct.
and it's the test that you use to make the decision to collect something, essentially, the KM test or the phenolphthalein test.
That's right. If you have a KM positive test, just about anybody that works crime scene knows that you potentially back and collect that area just in case it had some DNA that could help in the reconstruction.
Thank you. I want to now continue talking about the luminol testing that you did, and I'm going to ask that the next in order 1.2 be from the
Couple H.
5 H's.
Yes,
You recognize what that depicts?
yes, I do.
And is that, did you do any luminol testing of this particular area?
Well, as I previously mentioned, this is the foyer carpet area, and there's the stairway that we've been talking about. And yes, I luminoled the entire carpet area, the wood paneling on the side of the stairs, the handrail from the bottom part all the way up to the landing itself, then all the steps coming down.
Is that the same stairway? I didn't realize it had that much wood on it. Because all the pictures from the other angle, I don't know. I guess I was just looking at carpet and didn't notice all that wood.
Carpet that runs to this little alcove, which eventually gets you into the bathroom area.
Okay, so you went all the way up the stairs. I believe you talked about the landings as you go up the stairs. Is that true?
Yes.
And the carpet all in front of here, which we kind of, the chair would be sort of in this direction in the.
That's the photo on the right side of the photo.
Okay, so you didn't see any specks of blood on any of this carpeting area as it approached the stairs. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, and does that mean that they weren't there? In other words, is there any way that they could be there, but for some reason the luminol didn't detect them? In other words, maybe people going in and out, mushing down the carpet, anything such as that?
No, if you get a negative luminol for this particular type of item that we're talking about, mainly the carpet, I would have expected to get a positive result with the luminol test.
Now I want to talk about these two stairs. There's a stair that kind of goes around to where this pedestal is, and there's a second stair that goes around, and the rest of them are basically cut off and don't go around. Is that an accurate depiction of what that looked like?
Yes.
Okay, and did you get any reaction at all to this first step as it goes around, including the carpeted portion thereof?
I don't recall any positive response with the luminol on that first step.
Did you look at that area to see if there was any specks of blood or anything such as that?
Yes, the previous day I would have looked at it visually, with the flashlight to see if anything looked to be consistent with blood on the first step.
And how about the second step? Anything consistent with blood?
No, I don't recall seeing any spots that looked like blood.
I want to direct your attention to a photograph that you were shown by Mr. Jackson. This would be 1.234, asked to be marked next in order, Your Honor.
Aye. Quintuple aye.
Aye.
Yes.
You see this picture?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked a number of questions, Mr. Renteria, about whether or not blood dripped off of this banister onto the stairway below. You remember those questions being asked by Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
You didn't see anything you didn't see a drip. You never saw a drip down on the stairway, did you?
I don't recall seeing one.
And you were talking about possibilities of one being there, but you didn't see one when you were there the first time, or you would have documented that in your notes. Isn't that true?
No, not necessarily. I don't recall. I don't have independent recollection of seeing a drop on that second step below that particular item.
Had you seen it, you would have had somebody photograph it. Isn't that true?
If I did see it, and again, I don't remember if I did or if I didn't. Given I've seen a picture of that particular spot that was on the second step. And below this, if I did see that day, and again, I don't recall if I did or not, I would have writ off as forensic significance because it would be consistent. Because again, there's blood on this side, this vertical side, with possibility that blood dropping. So in other words, originating from this area, so I wouldn't have collected it.
This stain here, you don't know whether or not it was smeared by somebody's hand or whether it was on a cloth or anything. You don't know how this stain was deposited. Is that true?
That's true.
Do you claim to be an expert in blood spatter?
Well, I've testified before on blood spatter. I don't usually do blood spatter cases, but I have been trained in it.
Okay, so do you claim to be a blood spatter expert or somebody that can say that a stain was either blood spatter or not blood spatter?
Well, I have more knowledge than a regular layperson or the general public on that particular subject. So I am able to identify if things are spatters, if things are smears, if blood stains, fall freely, let's say from a bleeding wound by the particular size that we find on a particular stain. So I am an expert in that sense.
Okay, so this is not a spatter. This is a smear type stain. You feel confident you could give that opinion. Is that true?
Yes.
And you never really saw the stain. You never saw any stain on the steps. Is that correct?
Says he doesn't recall.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
so-
you don't recall it, so you couldn't give an opinion as to whether it looked like spatter or something else. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, and when you did your luminol testing, you did luminol testing of all the steps, and if I understood your testimony, Mr. Renteria, you didn't see.
I sprayed the entire handrail, including the portion here, which obviously was blood, and that luminesced very brightly. There's also a chance that when I was spraying the luminol, again, it comes out of a garden sprayer. So even though we put it on a mist type setting, you're still getting a good volume of liquid coming out. So it would wet the area fairly, to make it fairly wet. And again, I don't recall, but some luminol this gave a positive result, and some of that may have also dripped down onto that second step. I did not note it. It's not in my notes, and I don't recall it specifically.
In fact, in your notes, you noted two areas that luminesced. That heavy blood staining where the chair was, is that correct?
Yes.
And this particular spot right here, and that's it.
Correct.
No other places on the stairs, on the walls, anywhere. Is that true?
Yes.
Did you do any KM testing on any portion of the stairway wall?
The wood paneling on
The
the
wood
stairway
paneling
wall?
on the stairway.
No.
You agree that's the more sensitive test?
No, that's not what I said. Earlier on, I said that luminol, based on my experience, is a more sensitive test than the KM test.
Mr. Renteria, when you do your testing, your KM testing, this Kastle-Meyer testing that you talked about that uses the phenolphthalein reaction, it basically is a chemical color reaction that you look at visually. Is that true?
Yes.
And sometimes it's a strong reaction, sometimes it's a very weak reaction. Isn't that also true?
Yeah.
If it's positive?
That's correct.
And you note that in your records, is that correct?
Not necessarily. We would normally write if it's positive or not. Again, if we sample any area that gives us a positive KM, we would go back and collect that area for further testing.
Okay, and even if it was just a weak positive?
Yes.
Is that true? And if it's totally negative, then that's when you just don't bother with it because it doesn't have any forensic significance. It's not a stain of interest or value. Is that true?
That's true.
And the KM test can detect blood that's diluted to 1 part in a million. Isn't that correct?
Well, theoretically, in the laboratory, that would be correct, but that's not how we use that reagent in the field when we're using that KM reagent. So it's my experience based on the KM reagents that we use that we can detect blood stains down to about 1 in 10,000, not 1 in a million.
How do you know that?
Because we actually do the tests. When we make KM reagents, our technician actually make diluted blood stains to different dilutions all the way out to, let's say, 1 in a million. And usually the KM reagents that we make, the last stain to give us an indirect positive, and what I mean by indirect is we'll take different dilutions, drop some of those dilutions on filter paper or a microscope slide, let them dry, and then we'll test the reagent exactly the way we would in the field. And that's taking a swab, putting a little bit of water on it, then rubbing the stain, and then taking the swab now and apply the KM reagents directly to that. And it's our experience in our laboratory that the sensitivity of the KM that we use goes out to usually 1 in 10,000. It never goes out to 1 in a million if you test it the way you use it in a crime scene setting.
So you have, let's say, 1 drop of blood and you put it in 10,000 drops of water, you could get a positive result, basically.
Well, it'd be 1 in 9,999 drops.
Okay. And so is what you're telling us as far as this Kastle-Meyer testing is that you can actually, you can mix it a certain way so that you could get a higher dilution. In other words, you could go out to a 1 in a million, but your laboratory does it the way that you've described?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you test the reagent instead of an indirect method, the way you would use it at the crime scene, and we do this in the lab, if you test it directly, in other words, take 1 drop of blood and then add almost 1 million drops of water. So now it's a 1 to a million dilution. And let's say I have a little bit of liquid in a test tube of that 1 in a million. And now I take the test tube and I add my reagents directly to that liquid. You will get a positive result at 1 in a million. And I think that's where you're talking about the 1 in a million. If you do it directly, it is that sense. We test it that way out in the field. We test blood stains, and it's an indirect method by swabbing it.
And you test the swab itself as opposed to putting it in a test tube.
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay. Now, Mr. Renteria, I wanted to make sure that I understand your luminol testing that you did on this particular occasion. You mentioned that you did it when it was dark outside. What time did you actually do that on the 4th of February of 2003?
Oh, I'd have to refer to an almanac for 2003. I'm not sure when the sun went down in that period. But we waited until the sun setted to get the least amount of light that was coming in from the outside. We also would have turned off all the lights inside the house. And for this particular case, I also closed the drapes. There was a big window in that first landing that was still letting some ambient light in. So we closed those drapes to get it as dark as possible.
And did you photograph the areas that luminesced?
No, because there were no new areas that we already knew about that had blood that we needed to document. We will do that if we find a stain that you can't see visually and gives you a positive luminol. There are techniques. It's kind of difficult. It takes somebody really experienced in photography, but there are techniques to capture that luminescence with photography. But there were no new areas that we have found that had blood.
Now, you went upstairs into all of the rooms, is that correct?
No.
Did you go into the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, you're talking about downstairs.
the downstairs
Yes.
bathrooms? Did you go into other bathrooms also?
No, the only thing I luminol downstairs, again, was the foyer, the stairway, the walls, the carpet that leads into the bathroom, and then also the bathroom floor area.
In front of the toilet?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about this wet rag, which was a diaper, basically was being used as a rag apparently, is that correct? There was a number of those in the house, is that true?
I only recall seeing that one.
Okay, in any event, you told us about collecting that, analyzing, the blood on that was clotted blood, is that true?
I didn't take a close exam there at the scene. It was just documented, photographed, and collected.
Okay, so you're not saying it was or was not clotted, is that true?
That's right.
Okay, but it was wet, and it was actually on the carpet in front of the toilet, isn't that true?
That's true.
And you luminol that very area and got no reaction, is that true?
Oh, no, that was positive.
Okay. Did you document that in your notes?
I don't recall if I did, but anything that was bloody already.
You just went over, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Anything that was bloody, and especially that rag, because it was still wet. So it left a lot of residue of blood on that carpet, and that gave a positive result.
Okay, and in your notes, you document the banister, you document the blood spot that's under the chair, but you don't say anything about the rag that's in front of the toilet, that luminesce. Is that true in your notes?
No, I probably didn't, because I knew there was blood there already. And again, the luminol test is to try to find blood that we had not seen, and looking for newer areas. That was obvious blood, and it was still wet.
Now, you can swab an area that has no visible blood, but you can still get enough DNA to identify maybe a source of, or you could still get let me restart that whole question. You can swab an area that doesn't visually have any blood on it, but you can do a KM test and get a positive result that indicate that there was blood there. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, you don't have to visually see it, like Mr. Jackson was showing you this little pencil lead. You don't have to visually see something to get a positive blood test. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
In fact, that happens all the time, doesn't it? That you swab an area, it comes back positive, so you swab the area, and then you eventually do a DNA test to try to identify a profile. Isn't that correct?
That's common, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you looked at in this particular case were samples that were taken from fingernail scrapings that were recovered from Lana Clarkson. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And there were three separate samples that were looked at by yourself as a forensic scientist from her fingernails and a nail kit.
I looked at this, and the
Scrapings are basically a technique where the criminalist, in this case Ms. Lintemuth, took an item and scraped underneath each and every one of Lana Clarkson's fingernails and collected that in a way that you could later look at it. Isn't that correct?
That's right. Their technique is to do separate samplings for the right hand and for the left hand, so 2 samples.
Okay. Now, when you were at the scene, did you look at Ms. Clarkson's hands and her fingernails?
Not closely, no.
Okay. Did you note whether or not she had any broken or damaged portions of any fake fingernails?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Were you ever told that by Ms. Lintemuth or anybody else?
I don't recall if she said that.
Did you, you did find some material that was identified to you as either tooth material or things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's right. At the scene, we did find some material that looked possibly to be portions of a tooth or teeth. But I'm not a odontologist, so I couldn't identify it there, but visually it looked like it possibly could be.
Small little white particles. Let's just talk about, that's what they look like to you, correct?
Yes.
And you got there about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that also true?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Kyle got there maybe about 6 o'clock or 5:30, 6 o'clock, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in there.
Okay, so he came much later, but you were working in between those two times. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And what you were doing is you were looking in the foyer area for evidentiary items. Is that true?
Yes.
And you were there for several hours. Isn't that also correct?
That's correct.
And that's even before the coroner staff even came to that area. Isn't that true?
Yes.
They got there, according to Mr. Kyle, somewhere around, or Mr. Well, let me back up and ask you this
Just
question.
before you do that, we're gonna take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Take a 15-minute recess. Keep in mind the admonition council. I need you to stay because we have to go over a couple of things. Okay? You may step down. Thank you. Go back on the record. Gentlemen, I just want a couple things. We're attempting to, you can sort of see where the hearing's going and coordinating whether we needed Ms. Kaplan tomorrow, but I'm sorry, what is your name again?
Chance Weberman.
Thank you. Mr. Weberman's indicated he thinks Mr. Nasser is out of town tomorrow. If he's out of town tomorrow, then we're not going to deal with Ms. Kaplan tomorrow. We'll have to do it when he's here, assuming he's going to be in town at a reasonable time. The other thing, so we're trying to get that now, verify that, and that'll give us some idea of when that we can reach that issue. The lost thoughts. Okay, that's fine. So if you go ahead and do that. Several. One, Mr. Rosen, you spent some time indicating that we don't know what the item is that Ms. Kaplan recovered, et cetera. That's never been the importance. The importance is that her testimony and her testimony alone, it goes to no other witness, that she saw Dr. Lee recover an item and put it in a vial. And he has denied ever putting anything in a vial. And of course, that again goes to his credibility, which doesn't have to be, it isn't just for rebuttal if Dr. Lee testifies. It's also for the people to be able to show that some piece of evidence was taken which prevented them from putting on their case. That's number one. Number two, as to Ms. Gibson, as to whether she's ever a witness, we've talked informally in chambers about certain witnesses. And all I said this morning, and I specifically said, you go ahead and show me why your testimony might be admissible, because I'm just saying on its face, it didn't appear to be, but that's on its face. And so I've never prejudged whether Ms. Gibson can or cannot be a witness. So clearly that's insignificant as far as your motion. And I believe that's the 2 points that I wanted to make that I had not recalled. All right, we're in recess until 3:15.
Okay. That is it for Phil today. We will continue that in the morning. But now we are going to do, I have been waiting to do this for weeks. I hope you guys haven't seen it yet. It is fantastic. We are going to follow this whole thing, gavel to gavel. If it gets that far, I don't know what's going to happen with this case. It is amazing. This is the first 2 appearances. I will tell you more about it over there. This should redirect you to that stream. Take a break, get some snacks, whatever. I will see you over there. Thank you for coming out. I love you guys. You're wonderful, amazing, terrific. You guys have given me a reason to get up in the morning, man. I can't tell you guys enough how much I love you guys. So I will see you guys over there. Bye.